then okay, it is 10:47, and we will read commissioners. We're going to move to our budget meetings. Our first one is with our highway superintendent and roads department. Morning. So this is our first one this year, and we start every year by saying the same thing. So I know you already know what I'm going to say, but I'm going to say it anyways. As budgets are submitted this year, we are about $4 million over the ask of last year, which means one, that's impossible. We can't do that because we have limits. And two, that's a significant burden on our taxpayers, which we are not willing to, I think, as a board, pass along. So if we're asking you to make cuts and we're asking you to trim some things, it is not personal. And I know you know it's not personal, but I'm going to say it every time. So just reiterating that, okay? Okay. Can we start with our highway superintendent budget, page 93? First and foremost, Heidi, thank you so much for putting this stuff together, the expenditures. This was so helpful this year in looking through things and understanding what it is that you guys are paying for. So thank you for doing that. I just want to, did we redo these, or is this actually what it is? We did that. We did not. That is not correct. Can you send me the updated list of increases?
Oh,
You need to send us that. So we're gonna have to update the personnel line on that. So for official salary, right now it's calculated at the full, and I don't think that the full was what was awarded. So we're just gonna have to make a quick, like a minor tweak. So if you want to just send that to 3.5, does that
Yes.
sound right? I think it was 3.5.
Yep.
So that would just change slightly on that personnel sheet, and then also with the official salary and the retirement. And then we would have to recalculate FICA and everything else, of course. So that's gonna change. You guys will circle back to us, right? Can I have some of those stickies? I need you, just a few. Thank you. All right, here you go. We get this back to them. Okay. So and then we have regular salary, which is Heidi, which I think we have that calculated correctly, correct?
yes.
And then retirement, and then travel, 875. It's conferences. It looks like that you sort of already booked. Is that correct?
One of them is the actual invoice, the already invoice for NACE, and then we're just anticipating him going to NACO and Bridge Conference again.
Okay. Those are all Nebraska-based conferences, right? Okay. Any questions about this?
We're on travel.
Yep. And then you requested $350 for printer ink. I saw that at the bottom. Any questions about that? Changes?
No.
Okay. So I think that we don't have any changes except just to reflect that 3.5 on the personnel line. Sound good? Okay. So let's shift to just a regular road budget, which is 111. Okay. Under regular employee salary, did we get all of the, it looks like all of those were in there correctly, how they were supposed to be. No questions about that?
So there was a change on the new budget sheets.
Okay.
The new budget sheets reflect, I believe, the accurate.
Okay.
So it's down.
To 1,875.
Yep.
Yeah. It makes a difference. It really does. Okay. Under overtime salary, any discussion there? Looks like we've budgeted 15,000 for a few years and we have not used it. So I'm curious if we could knock that down a little bit for this year to 10,000.
We took that out. Do you have the one that I sent you that updated one?
I'm still
So-
showing 15,000.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
took that out,
So you're removing it completely?
right? Did we take that out?
So we did.
Yeah,
Okay.
we were planning to take it out entirely.
Great. Thank
Does
you,
it
guys.
show that it's taken out on your sheets?
You know what? Maybe we just talked about it and didn't get it done.
That's
Okay.
okay.
We thought we'd taken it out.
Okay.
All right.
Our plan.
Zero. We're zeroing that out. Yep. Okay. So we're zeroing this out. Okay. Then we have work comp and retirement. Retirement is calculated again to reflect the actual percentages. Same thing with FICA. Then we have telephone. So just as a preview here for that telephone line, Allo they've separated all of the department lines, and so all of those bills are currently going to Eric. So Eric is going to work with us to give us a projected total of your guys' bill for the year, and we would ask that you put it into that line.
Okay.
So that will change too, but he will just make sure you're connecting with him to get the total, okay?
But it'll be a swap. So
It
essentially
will.
it will come out of
Eric's
building
budget.
and grounds budget and it'll be moved to yours.
So it's just
so it's
your
not an
your
increase.
lines.
Yes.
So it's a wash. But then what's happening right now is he gets 25 bills. And he has to deal with 25 bills every month, and that's a lot. So it's just easier to keep it in the department. Okay. Radio repair. Do we have any questions there?
No.
Utilities. Any questions? I'm guessing that's forecasting an increase.
5% increase.
Okay. Same thing with electricity.
Yep.
Okay, on fees, licenses, permits, inspections. I'm curious if there's a way to keep that where we were last year at 30,000.
Not if you look through
I did look through
the
it.
fees, we literally added everything up. So we have new GPS that we need for the new grader. We have that new CAT diagnostic software that we did not have last year.
Okay.
And then last year we only had 2 of our generators giving service, but we're going to have an annual servicing of all of them. So, but we literally I added all those up.
Okay. And that's the total of the,
The CAT diagnostics. Yes.
Yes.
okay.
I'm fine with leaving it since Heidi did go through and she
Yep.
added up all of them.
One more question for the board. I kind of skipped over it and I didn't mean to. With insurance premiums, we saw that the insurance increased significantly this year. When Daryl and I were talking, Daryl was like, hey, what if we just put that into general fund? Because we already have an insurance line in general fund. And we remove it from the departments. And I was like, I think we should keep it separate. Well, then I was chatting with Brandy, and just to keep it from being a guessing game and potentially an area where there's more budgeted than necessary, I think it could be helpful to just move all of that into the general fund insurance line. We're already paying some out of general fund, but this would just move all of the department insurances to one line within the general fund.
So then how are we going to know then what the increases are for each department?
It's still what we broke down on the bill by department. It's that bill we get beginning of June.
Yeah.
It still has the breakdown for each department. Historically, I think Sherry has always told everybody to budget this year's bill plus 5%. That's never enough. But the way claims fall with bi-weekly is that it's after the first claims day in June now, by the time we get the bill, break it out, get it to the department. So it is literally coming out the last claims day of the year. So that is what put Eric way over budget this year, because it went up so much more than 5%.
Yeah.
So they either have to wait until that bill comes to know what they're gonna have, or over or something. I just think that it might be easier if we still budget for the increase like everybody has. Obviously, 911, that money's already approved, so theirs will still come out of theirs. And to take it all out of miscellaneous general, and then they don't have to go their whole year with those to, because it's work comp and insurance premium in their budgets. It's just a guessing game the whole year of knowing, and they don't even know then if they've budgeted enough until it's almost too late. Just because of the way the timing falls, I think it would be easier for departments, because then if they have a significant surplus at the end of the year, because they were waiting to see how much that bill would be, then we would know kind of a little more accurately, I think, for the next year where they actually probably need to be. Or if they, plan on what they budgeted and then they go over and you have to open the budget because of it, I just think that it would be easier to take it all out of one place. Unless you want to keep road separate,
No, I
I
think,
think it would be
yeah.
easier to. So we'll still have the breakdown of how much each department is using of that bill, because they break it down for us. It would just be easier, I think, for budgeting for us and for all of the departments. Because there are some departments who don't pay it. Then there's some who have a lot come out of it. So
But I
it's
think-
just an idea that I had that I thought would.
also it gives us the opportunity to actually, but like if we're saying, okay, we probably need to budget for 5%, then we're just doing the 5% instead of, I think some people go with that, other people just round or add additional. So I think it just helps us close the gap a little bit more by, okay, if we're really just you're gonna get what the total was this year, and she's gonna add 5% instead of what I noticed is that not everybody did that. There was a lot of people who, yeah, did 10,000 more or whatever, just I think because of what happened this year. So I think we would be better served to just remove it and put it into the general budget. Are we all okay with that?
Okay with that, other than how do we deal with the deductibles? And I think we had a chat about that. I think each department is still going to have
Yeah.
to budget for deductibles. And
Yeah.
that would be based on claims history. What did you have last year? What have you had over the last 3? What do you think, based on that data, how much of a budget item am I going to have for deductibles? And for you guys, it's primarily the vehicle side. I think that even, where do the buildings come out of for them? Does that all fall under
Yeah.
Eric? Or
They
is it-
have buildings.
They
Their
do their
own-
own buildings?
Their own shops.
Okay, so I think, historically, you'd have to look at your property damage too and factor in something. I mean, 22 was the last time I think we had any kind of big major damage to buildings. So I mean, we're 4 years into the cycle, we're probably on borrowed time.
I think that most departments pay their deductibles out of fees
Mhm.
and subscriptions, not like you subscriptions and administration for their fees. They don't, I don't think anybody's pushed anything out of that insurance premium line
For that.
anyway throughout the year.
Okay.
So assuming that you would already kind of have that figured in on, don't you usually take it out of dues?
Yeah, I was going back to see if we should go.
Well, then you're already factoring
had
in
a-
deductibles, right?
Well, yeah, but we didn't put it in this year. But that is where we paid it out of last year.
Okay, so are we okay moving the insurance premium to the miscellaneous general then? And then Brandy will get the total and she will make the increase for us. It'll go into that line within miscellaneous general. Well, most should and do. She's saying she forgot to put it in.
I didn't put it in just because we were trying to keep everything.
Yeah.
Right, that's okay.
So I just want to confirm that we're okay with that. We're gonna move that to miscellaneous general.
But what are you guys gonna do about your deductible? Are we just gonna have them not? I mean, I don't think we can,
I think we leave it how you have it. And again, if we get to the end of the year and it's something where we've gone over, then we have to open the budget, just like anything else. That's an unexpected expense, correct?
That's kind of what I put in on Sunday. Like, we're taking this out, but if something happens,
Yeah.
we might have to.
And that's part of that relationship that we've been trying to build. Okay, so we're gonna move that. You're gonna give us an updated total from miscellaneous general, and you're gonna remove it from your budget, right? So the 102.8 is coming out of the budget. Yeah. Okay. So work comp and. Okay. And you'll calculate all of this. Okay. Okay. Repair parts was the next one that we jumped to. And I know that's really hard to calculate, so I appreciated what you did. Seeing as we are where we are, I'm curious if we could.
So if you look back to the previous year, though,
We
we were at
did.
125.5, and then we have more equipment that we're using this year. So that's why I mean, honestly, when we get to it, we've talked about getting that gravel down. Granted, we put in what we spent
I have
last
some
year.
ideas.
So we're planning when we get to that line that that's going to come down. We've already kind of discussed how that can come down quite a bit, but
Do you think we
the
could
other
go to
one?
110?
I mean, I think it just depends how tight, like,
You've
okay,
got a
we're
lot of
making
new
it here.
equipment here that I would think is not prone
Yep.
to breakage at this point.
Well, but we're also using some equipment that hasn't been used in several years with those scrapers and the dozers.
I think that there are things that we can do. Obviously, there's cost savings in everything. So I'm asking for you to budge a little bit on that. What would you feel comfortable with? I said 110. You guys don't like that. What about 115? That's meeting in the middle.
I was just about ready to say that.
Okay. Okay. And then we go to repair labor. Scott, do you have something there?
No, but if you look back, it was 68 just a year ago.
I realize that.
Yep.
So those are the repair labor is outside labor, correct? Right. So I think that that's kind of the point that you were trying to make.
Can't stop moving, for sure.
And I guess what were you suggesting?
And I will say some of this labor too, if you go through our list, it's not just on machines, but on buildings and we have
I'm just trying to do some
heaters.
quick
around.
quick math for service calls. Could we do like 52?
How about 51? That's where we were last year.
Yeah, if we can do what we did last year,
Okay, so let's do 51, 109. Does that work?
How was your actual expenditures?
Okay. All right. The next one was travel. Does anybody have anything for that?
No.
Do subscriptions, registrations for weed. Anybody see anything there?
No.
Printing and publishing. Nope. Okay.
No.
Miscellaneous. Anything? Okay. Supplies. Anybody? Nope. Okay. Weed chemicals. I do have something. So, and I don't think he knows, but there's $1,400 in the sinking fund that happened when we moved the departments. So just to help us this year, I'd like us to use 1,400 in sinking and then budget the 8,600. Is that okay with you guys?
Okay.
I just don't think he even realized that he had it. It was just left over from all that split. Okay, so weed program
I didn't
supplies.
know we had it.
Yeah, I don't think anybody did. So. Weed program supplies, nothing. So asphalt. I have some questions here.
Yeah, I think that machines are being made off of, right? We dropped that.
Yeah.
You, what did you drop that to? Which one?
Some here. Asphalt.
So we have 25,000 right now on our sheet.
Yeah, nope, 17,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
If
can I
you
ask some
go-
questions about that though?
Like this.
So in your original budget, it says material for fairgrounds and missile-based roads.
So we took that out. So
Yep.
if you go, so do you not have the new of this either?
Uh-uh. It's okay.
Yeah,
We can work
you
through
do.
it. We'll,
Okay,
it's fine. We
so,
got it.
So we removed those other projects, and this would just be the crack sealing that we did this year. So we
Same
could drop
amount
it
of
down to the 16,120.
so 16,000. We good with that? That would be helpful.
You said 16?
I'm asking John.
16,120 is what we spent last year.
Can we round to
Yeah,
16?
because that was just doing Matsky, Tech South.
But we won't have Matsky.
We won't. So I'm
Well, yeah, but we will have Cordova.
tell me what we're doing. Cordova, what else?
We'll have Cordova, Waverly. Oh yeah,
Textiles and
yeah,
Denton.
Tech South. We did Denton already, and then portions of Missile Base that we want to try and preserve.
I don't think we should put any more money into that. I know you guys are trying so hard, but is it really worth it?
I mean, we've got to do something.
And I know it's not on the plan per se, and I know that we've all talked about this, but I think we need to probably discuss actually taking that out long term.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying, we're gonna have to do some spots along there just to preserve some of those major cracks.
Grounding it.
Getting it back to gravel.
I realize that people will not be excited about that, yes. But it's that road is I mean that's worse than Sunrise was by far, in my opinion. And Sunrise we were able to salvage. I'm not sure you can salvage that.
Is that a chip seal road? It's not.
Matsky?
No,
No.
Missile Base.
Oh yeah. No, it's
It's
asphalt.
asphalt.
Yeah.
But we can't do anything with it. Like we tried, we had them come out and look with the Onyx, and it's too far gone to do anything with it. So
Yeah.
Which is
So what did we spend on Sunrise when we did the re-asphalting of that? It's about 400,000.
about that.
Yeah.
And I think the distance is about the same by the time there's.
It's more.
Is Missile Base a little longer?
Well, I guess the complete project between Sunrise and North Walsh Road came out to be roughly about 2.5 miles, which would be the same distance for.
It was another 175 for Welch Park.
Roughly, yeah, something like that.
So we were almost 600,000 in. I remember being about that.
I guess all I'm thinking is that I drove to Brainerd yesterday. There's an asphalt plant just south of 92 set up there. And I was wondering if you knew about the asphalt plant.
Nope.
But they're doing some work somewhere. They've got a plant going. But I know obviously we can't just start rolling asphalt.
Well, no.
If you need some hot mix, there's a place to get it.
Okay, so I realize we can't make that decision today. You're gonna have to come back to the board and we're gonna have to figure out what we're gonna do with that road. But
So we're gonna take this back down to where we were this year at 16.
no, I think we should have further discussion. So Cordova, Waverly, remind me,
Tech
Tech
South.
South.
What about the Beaver Road? Is that state?
Yeah, it's all state.
And the same with Utica? When you go from 34 to the interstate, that's state too?
Yep, that's state.
We're north.
Discussion on that. Are we good with 16? We don't want to. We're good with 16.
I think, I mean, what's it going to cost to rent that machine and to do it? I mean, isn't it?
Yep. Isn't it like
I guess what do you asking?
You're talking about the tar boiler and
Yeah,
Yeah.
4,500.
I thought it was
for
around
4 weeks,
5,000.
which is what we have in here.
But on the asphaltic side, that's just for
The
the,
material.
The
crack
material.
seal material.
Right, we understand that.
As far as the judgment, cracks and stuff we need to put in the front. Okay, yeah. No cracks.
Well, and that's the hard thing, especially with Missile Base, because that road is deteriorating at such a rapid rate. I mean, we're going to have to make some kind of a determination as to what we're going to do with that, because right now, in my opinion, and I think that this is where Misty's going to, we're throwing a bunch of money into a road that is really not at a point where it can be salvaged. I understand we're trying to piecemeal it along, but we are going to have to make some kind of a decision as to what we're going to do with that.
Yeah, I'm fine with.
So what I'm saying is, that's why I'm asking about the 16,000. All of the other roads you mentioned, I get it, yes. But I don't want to put any material there, especially not since that could be a completely different direction, which we're gonna have to figure out separately. So if we're not doing that, what would the number be? No, I wasn't suggesting that, because I think they still have to do it on Waverly. Yes. Yes.
Right.
Yes. Yeah, we still have to do all the joints in between all those concrete slabs.
Got it. Checks out. How much would, just
Yeah.
let me know how much you were planning to put into Missile Base. And let's remove that from that 16,000.
Well, to be honest, I mean, we really weren't planning on doing anything other than the asphalt patching with it. But we
already took that out.
which we took that
That's
out.
why the 25,000 we can take down. That 25,000
So you guys are-
had Missile Base.
Got it.
and
So you're
So
not
it's
knocking down
16
the cracks.
At 16,120, that would cover the roads that need to be done this year.
Yes, and if we had any left over, I was gonna try and do a little bit of.
Okay, so 16,000.
Yes.
Okay, got it. All right.
And then
The-
since we are not going off like the final do you want to come back to gravel? Because we've removed some other stuff too. Other bit, like on the other line.
Well, no, let's talk about it because I have an idea too.
Okay.
You tell me where you're at with it.
Well, I just like,
You requested 2 million.
yes.
And
well,
I
we took
did-
it down to 1976,057 because that's what we exactly spent. But I mean, I think we can definitely take it down to, you know, saying like the 1.325 is what, because it was such a wet year last year. That's what really like got us.
So before
it is
you
not-
keep trying to negotiate for
Yeah.
1.325, I don't want to get to a place where we have no more material again. I'm scared of that. And so what I had suggested, so we've had budget meetings independently to talk about all of these things for this year. I think, what if we were to budget $1 million, but utilize inheritance for like 600,000? So you would have a little more than what you're even talking about. So, and that would, I don't want to get all the way back down to where we're at now. That scares me. And that would give you a little bit more than even kind of where you're at. And then when we come back around next year, if it's still around that 1.3, then we put that back in the budget. What
And
are your thoughts?
The reality is that, I mean, we have potential that we could have another really wet year.
Uh-huh.
And then what do we do? Because
guess
we're
my
already
worry,
behind.
Which I know, like, I know we have to take this down, but we're taking out so much. How do we ever build back what we need?
Okay, so
know what I
that's
mean?
that's
Like-
that's why we're having these discussions, right? So you hear a lot of officials say, "Well, I let $20,000 go back to the general fund." That's how we are able to account for this in the future years, right? If we don't have to spend the funds in our budget, let's not spend them and let's let them go back so that when we need to increase a department's budget the following year, we have the ability to do that. And it doesn't put us $4 million over our asking and outside of our cap.
I totally get that for like most of the lines, but say like our road contracts line, like that's how we're able to do any projects, right?
We understand that, and
So,
we
like,
see what
sometimes
you've done
that's gonna
also.
have to
Go back up.
come back in.
But
The
we
gravel
understand
will have
that.
to come back in.
And that's why, those sheets that we asked you to do, that's why those are so important, is because then it's like, okay, well, we can't be like, well, you only spent 30,000 last year, and it's like, well, but this year we have to do these projects. So I think that's where those discussions happen, and it's just building that trust. And I realize that that's scary.
Really scary, like because there's just such big.
We understand.
Like, road contracts is big,
We get it.
equipment is big. So like if we take everything down,
We're aware of what you're doing, and we talked
is-
about this.
Well, which is why they're kind of in the predicament that they are this year, is because
we try to be fiscally responsible, but it really.
I get it. So would you be okay with that? So budgeting $1 million, but then you would still have an additional 600,000. So once you get to your $1 million, then you could use 600,000 from inheritance. That's what my suggestion is.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't want to beat the dead horse, but I still think we can reclaim some material out there if we do it judiciously.
Oh yeah, which we can.
Do you want to trans, do you want to do a transfer?
No.
Or you just want to wait and then?
Yes.
I would say, because I think that we can
If it's
hopefully do with less.
yeah,
right?
if it's just the 1.325, cool. But then that gives you that buffer that if you need the additional, then we know that. But I'd like to see you utilize the $1 million first, and then once we've hit that, then it would be able to come from inheritance. Okay with that? And I'm making a note that we did this, so I will know next year. Like,
Yep.
okay, like we have this. Okay.
No good at greater plays.
Okay. So, yep, Greater Blaze is our next one. So John, I remember, and you're gonna have to walk me through this because I'm not. I know enough about equipment, but not a lot. Enough and a lot are different. So with the Greater Blades, we used to spend a lot less, and I know we shifted to a different type of Greater Blade. Is that correct? And they are a little more expensive.
So the blades that we're using, they're 3/4 inch thick, and we're using 3s and 4s, so that way they can rotate their blades more efficiently. I guess to get more wear out of them. I mean, because when the guys are turning them in, there's only about that much blade left, which is where they should be.
Can you walk me through why they're so much more expensive now than when, like, say, 2 years ago?
Steel costs, because
Did we not switch the type of blade we were using as well?
where we're getting them from.
The type of
Material,
blade.
are we going steel versus carbide?
No,
That
we're
was just that.
we're still using steels.
I think we talked about the carbide. Then,
Yeah,
didn't
because if
we?
we went with carbides, it would probably be it would be more expensive, and we'd only be able to get one set per machine
Yeah.
for more than what this
The-
line is.
Okay, that's what the conversation
Yeah,
was.
they're-
Okay, I remember the conversation. I just didn't know for
Yeah,
sure.
the carbides are roughly about $1,000 a blade,
More,
one stick. So you're looking at almost $5,000 per machine.
Yeah.
When you say rotate, does this mean we move them up and down, side to side on the actual blade itself?
Yes. Yep.
So that we're not running the blade in the same position all the time?
So like, let's say, because they have a 14-foot moldboard, and they can have a 4, 3, 4, and 3. Well, then when they rotate them, they can go 3, 4, 3, 4, and they switch those positions because then it helps keep everything even.
And we don't sharpen these things at all. I mean,
No.
they kind of self-sharpen when they get drug across the ground.
Yes. Yep. And that's why we went to the 3s and 4s because it's easier to rotate. Where years past, before I was here, they used like 7 and 8 footers. But at that time, they were only using, I think, 5/8 material. So with these being 3/4, you get a little more wear out of them.
Are the 7 and 8s, are they more expensive or are they cheaper?
I'm not even sure if they make 7/8 or 1 inch.
Just a thought.
But then it comes into the fact of
And you'd want the thicker ones
weight.
anyway, right?
Hmm?
And you'd
Being
want
able
the
to
thicker
change 'em
ones
out.
anyway.
Yeah, because if you get too much thicker, then you get one person trying to handle that much weight at one time. Because some of the guys do this by themselves. So then you're well over
What they
almost
can lift.
80 or 90 pounds per blade. Where right now they're right at that 75 for the 4-footers.
Fair
So,
enough.
John, with the Greater Blade line, is there a possibility of keeping it where we were last year at 75,000?
So we put in that we have an extra grader in the blade, so that's why we have that
And you
extra.
said steel costs are up.
Okay. All right. Culverts. Did anybody have
We took
anything
that
there?
out.
Check it out. Thank you. Look at you. All right.
Well, I'm sorry, you don't.
Steel products. I don't have anything. Lumber. I did.
We took that out.
Oh,
Lumber's
can,
fine?
Can I
Yep.
just
Lumber's
ask
gone.
what the expenditure was in 20?
Oh, we got a bunch of bridge plank. We needed bridge plank. That's what we budgeted for
Okay.
that.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
Did we use all those bridge planks
We
we
still
got
have
on? Still got some.
Okay.
Because that all those bridge plank was put in that budget when it was in there when I first started, as superintendent because the plan was to redeck that bridge up on the county line,
I remember.
but now we're looking at doing a replacement on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I didn't want to waste all
Yeah.
of that.
Okay. All right, takes us to equipment fuel. So I know we went up and I know that we're talking about a new crew, but I'm wondering if we can move the needle on that. Last year we spent 321. I had penciled in 345.
Could we do 350?
I'm okay with
I mean,
350.
because
I'm
right,
okay with that.
yeah, because right now
Fuel costs are
fuel
so,
costs they're
if you track like.
So high.
Yeah, we doubled.
I remember when it was 99 cents a gallon. I would just like,
so we're going
350.
350.
grease and oil. I'm also going to ask if we can keep that where it was last year.
Well,
New equipment.
with the new equipment and with using the older equipment more, like we've already had to do a service on.
How about 23,000?
Yeah, we can try it.
You can say no, John.
No,
We're just
I'm
having to
trying
come, and I appreciate you. You know that I do. Okay. All right. So 23.
It's just gonna be hard.
How about 23.5?
Do you include filters in this line or not?
No, it's come out of parts.
Okay.
Def comes out.
Tires. Does anyone have anything there?
No, it's about the same as last year.
Okay. I'm good with that then. Erosion control. So
We
I
dropped that to 1,000.
okay. My question for you is, I know that we're talking about this crew, and I know that we're hopeful that we can get all these things done, but I'm thinking time-wise and when we would actually be able to plant grass. And I'm wondering if it could be like 500.
So we've already spent 550.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. No, it
Yeah.
cannot be.
We had to grass seed food.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, because just one bag of grass seed, you're looking at right around $110.
Yeah.
Okay, so 1,000 is what you said?
Yeah.
Everybody okay with that?
Yep.
Okay. Signs, did anybody have anything there?
No.
On signposts, I did pencil in 11,000.
We put 10.
Okay, 10 works. Pavement striping, I do have a question about that. I'll go back to my notes here, sorry.
Safety concern, right? If you don't
Yeah,
have it,
because
Where exactly, what roads are we looking to stripe?
all paved roads.
yep, everything except for Matsky.
Sunrise has,
Well, math you just got done, but payment came out of this fiscal year.
Yeah, yes.
I don't think Sunrise needs. I was just noticing that today. At first, when I was reading this, I didn't remember that there was anything there, and then I'm like, oh no, look, there is. There's lines on the road. Everybody drives in the middle, anyways, but still.
Yeah,
So this is kind of predicated on how much snow we get and how much plowing we have to do on the road. If we have a mild winter, the stripes stick around longer, right?
they do. Yes.
So my question is, do we have to do all paved roads? Can we cut that down some?
No, we need to do it.
I think it's a safety issue if you don't have the lines. Do we do no passing zones on some of these county roads?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think, we're gonna have to do this. No? Yeah.
I'm gonna come put lines out there for you.
No,
We
but
could
like,
put
like
some
if you,
down in front of your house if
like
we need
if you look at Waverly Road, where it has that new pavement stretch going east of town, some of those markings are totally gone. So,
Okay.
I mean, yeah, in sections it looks like it's still there, but in next other sections it's gone.
What about 25,000?
Something would have to not get striped because we got a
So
quote.
I just mentioned that I was out there on Sunrise today, and it's striped.
Well, I'll have to go out there and double check the curves because I think the last time I was out there, the curves,
That's a good. I don't
The-
remember.
the striping I think was wearing pretty fast in there.
Go for it.
I guess that's what I'm striking for me is people who I'm just we need to cut so every 10,000 you get I understand you're saying safety, you're saying safety.
I'm not, I don't want you to think that I'm not in favor of safety. However, what about roads? See, nothing on you, just this happens when we get these, that's safety. So I'm, I don't, I would like to postpone.
I disagree with that. And part of it is like, I'm going to refer back to our county safety action or our community safety action plan. I mean, this literally is in the action plan is road safety and, uh, I mean,
I guess my question would be, and maybe Daryl knows, like if someone has an accident
And
and
there's no pavement striping.
does that come back on the county?
So,
Because
so that's
we
what my
Just
don't
question.
have
also, I'd like to
insurance.
see what the regulations are with NDOT.
I'm right here in the middle, and I'm wondering. I see Reagan's point. I see your point. I'm wondering, can we do better? So, if there are roads that maybe don't need to be striped this year, newer, like I'm talking about Sunrise, could we bring that down a little bit? I asked about 25.
Can we, since we have to come back anyway, just put a question mark by this one and have them check the roads?
Why do you have to come back anyways?
Oh, I thought we were coming back.
I don't think so.
Call back.
I think you're just submitting. I think we're just adjusting that one line, which
Oh,
is
okay.
yeah. You don't have to come back for that. Thoughts?
I don't read.
Okay, we're gonna circle back to that. Let's just breathe on it for a minute and come back. Okay. So that goes down to improvements on real property. There's nothing there. Anybody have any questions about that?
Nope.
Okay. Equipment rental.
We did drop improvements to 6,500.
Oh, you did?
improvements on real property.
Yep.
To 6,500. Thank you.
Equipment rental.
We also dropped that to 4620.
Works for me. Right of way. I don't have anything. Does anybody?
Um, sure.
No. Machinery and equipment. Anything?
No.
Okay. Office equipment. Anything?
No.
Road contracts.
We took that out. I said that we don't plan to pay for anything out of our special road fund or buyback fund this year.
So you're cutting the
We're cutting
100.
it out. Yeah. That's where I was like, maybe we can move this 100,000 to our gravel so we don't have to take as much out of other.
Well, I'm just a little bit concerned because under road contracts it says Onyx on Sunrise. We're not actually doing that, right? Are we planning to put Onyx on Sunrise this year?
I mean, it's,
That was
we,
planned.
we would like to.
But if we're taking
Because
that out, we're not going to do it, right? Or you're
Yes,
using
we will
special
pay for
equipment.
it out of
Not a special.
And then Lancaster County cost share on 140th. What is that?
every year.
But what's the cost share on it? What's the amount?
25.
Yeah.
It's not very much.
Can we leave that in the budget?
Yeah, I can pull the actual. But also we can just pay it out of, or you just want something in that line, basically.
Yeah. Can we go to 15? I don't know that I agree that we should cut all that out.
Sunrise is basically about a 2-year-old road now. Why do we need Onyx on it at 2 years?
Because you have to start your pavement preservation as early as possible to get the longevity out of it. So by either doing an Onyx or a, I can't remember the exact word of it, but another type of spray application that actually goes into the pavement where it absorbs into it, you'll get the longevity out of it. It basically reactivates the binders in that pavement to keep it together, to where it doesn't turn into missile base.
We haven't done
Yeah.
Onyx on it yet, so this
No.
would be the first time.
Okay, so can we talk about that line again? Where are you guys at? I don't want to see it cut all the way. I don't think that's right.
I don't think that we should cut the whole thing. I
I'm
think that that would be a bad idea.
yeah, I agree. I would even be okay just leaving it at half, and then if you need more, taking that out of the. Where are you guys at?
Could do the 100,000 or
Like 50.
Okay.
Are you okay with that? Okay, so we'll drop that to 50. I didn't have anything for engineering. Did any of you?
No.
Okay. Yes, it is. All right, so that takes care of that one. I'm just gonna put these in here. Sorry, I'm catching up here. Okay. So do we want to do road buyback and then road grant? So road buyback is 126.
So this fund is basically what it is.
Yeah.
It has the money that we had left over in that fund from last year, and then the money that the state will be giving us in March.
Okay. Any questions about that?
No.
Okay, and then so we'll go to road grant fund, which is 169.
So again, this is just, we have to budget something in case there's a team event. We don't actually have this money. We're not asking for this money. I
Yeah.
asked Jake at one time, I think there's 128,000 in that fund right now.
Okay. Then let's go to our special road fund. So that's 128
And again, that's just the money that
is in
we
there.
had left over from last year, and then we added some from surplus sales.
Any questions about that one? All right. That's it.
Do you
Thank
want us to do the surveyor one, or are you good? Doing that?
We can talk. Let's talk about it. Yeah, we can for sure. So we'll go to page 97. We'll just quick do surveyor. You have the floor. It's just one item. So we show 25.
Yeah, John talked to Brian.
Yeah, I talked to him
talked
too.
Brian. He's not anticipating anything.
I agree.
He just, I know the one with the other one, the 50,000, that's because he had those state projects, but he's not anticipating anything.
Anything else from anyone? Thank you so much for working with us. Seriously, thank you so much. You guys are great.
And also the breakdown of everything that you did, I hope that you guys feel good about what that looks like, and also the work that we're trying to do. It makes it a lot easier for us, and I feel like your budget hearing in comparison to previous years, in my opinion, I feel like it went really smoothly. I know we still asked you guys to cut because we have to, but at the same time, it makes it a lot easier for us to have that dialogue back and forth with you. So I hope that you found that that was useful, because we found that it was very useful. So thank you.
Oh, that's true. We have to.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you. Thank you for keeping me accountable. Yeah, okay. 126. Where are we at with striping? We did leave that one at the 50,000 just in case. So can we nudge a little bit on that?
So I guess for you guys, would be 7,600 for max.
What page is this?
112. So it's 28. Where do we think we can be? I'd mentioned 25 before, but nobody bid. Scott says 0.
It has to be at least enough to cover mask that already got striped and we have to pay for it. We can't take it to 0.
What does Cordova look like? I haven't been down there for a while, but the last time that I did drive it, I noticed, especially on the lateral sides, like it's wearing.
Yeah, I would have to go and redrive it. I know it's probably it's been almost 2 months since.
What would you say to splitting it in half? 14.
Oh, you guys are way
Basically,
further down than me.
I'm not do less
I'm not-
than 5 miles.
Yeah. At that point, it wouldn't even be worth it.
I'm not comfortable.
I'm still
I'm
at
just-
25. I'm
I'm-
not.
I think 25 sounds great.
Yeah, we'll go through and get nitpicky on it.
But 25 you feel comfortable with?
It's gonna be close.
20, 26. You feel better about that?
Yeah, we'll try it.
Are you okay with that? Are you guys okay with that?
I'll send.
Scott says no.
This is
Daryl?
Miles not being fun.
Are you okay with 26? and
Yeah, I
26?
can do 26.
Okay. All right, let's go with 26. All right. Thank you guys again. I appreciate it. Okay, we'll go to our next, and then you'll just submit the updated to, well, you already know the change.
We'll compare and make sure, yeah.
Yep.
Thank you, guys. Okay, we'll go to our next budget hearing, which is with zoning. That is page 21. Good morning, Marissa. That's okay. Just leave them for now. We'll turn back on when we need it.
My feet and hands are freezing.
Yeah,
so-
it's fine. It's making my nose run. Okay. Hi. Good morning.
Welcome back.
Yeah. Okay. So, in looking at the salary line, looks like you calculated everything correctly. Any questions about that or the part-time salaries? Work comp, any questions? That's leaving. Oh, I forgot. We're removing work comp, we're removing insurance from your budgets.
Oh, good.
So you do not have to deal with insurance. So work
Okay.
comp leaves. And then retirement, nothing there. With telephone, Marissa?
Yeah.
We're going to be putting your department's telephone, your allo, back into your budget. So Eric will get us those numbers and we will either have him give it to you or get it to Brandy and we'll place that in that line in the budget. And so the bill, instead of going to Eric every month, it will come to you.
Okay.
And it's the same as everything else and it's specific to zoning.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Okay.
So that number will have to change.
It will change. Yeah. Insurance, like I said, we're removing that.
Okay.
Data processing. Can we talk about data processing?
Mhm.
Can you explain what you're paying for that?
So the Esri is so that we can do the like the stuff on overdensity, that map.
That's a part of Beacon, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Schneider add-on is where we can see the permits. It's
Mhm.
that add-on that I had asked for. Schneider, that's the yearly one that is divided up between different departments.
And that
It
went up
comes-
pretty significantly this
Yeah,
year.
it went up 15% is
Right.
what Schneider said to plan for.
Okay.
You need two. Got it. Yep. Planet Technology, that's also the yearly one.
Okay. We're looking into taking we have a lot of Adobe individual like plans. So we're thinking about what that would, it might not happen this year, but it might, as we come up to renewals, what might happen is that might be a Tom thing. So I think on average we save about $5 per month per license by having like a business account instead of all the individual accounts. So that's something that we're looking into. So I'm just making a note. So that may change and we'll talk about that.
Yeah, it would be helpful.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. Anything in other equipment repairs from anyone?
No.
Travel?
I think we were talking about bouncing that down to 1,000. weren't we?
Yes. So we have mileage reimbursement for planning commission at 600. And we didn't spend that last year, I'm guessing.
No, because they were, did I have it? Last year was 510. And I did that off of if they come to the ones that have requested,
Okay.
if they come to all of the
Okay.
meetings.
Okay. I'm fine then leaving it. Are you guys fine? Due subscriptions, registrations.
that one had a fairly large increase
Uh-huh.
into the animation trainings.
So 650 for 4 trainings.
Is that coming from, who's that coming from? that's gonna
Marvin, that would
provide
be Marvin's fee. And then we had asked for the county attorney to also do 4.
Is that to meet,
No, it's just it's 3 hours total. And so each of that would be 4 hours probably at least.
but is that to meet the regulation?
Yeah,
Do we want to budget for that, or do we want to take that out of inheritance?
I think
No,
it's
we
the
should budget. We should
It's
budget for it
required.
because
Un-
and again, this is a
unfunded.
mandate. So this is another unfunded mandate from the state. And so we need to budget for it because then we need to be able to have that data to go back and say, here's another unfunded mandate.
I don't like it's not going to do any good, but I see what you're saying.
Yeah. And I'm not complaining about paying it. I think it is I am glad that they
It's
are
a good
getting
investment.
training. Yes. Yes. Okay. Printing and publishing. I have penciled in 850. Thoughts?
I'm fine
That's
with that.
250 more than last year.
Yeah.
Okay. Everybody okay with that?
Yep.
Okay. And then under fuel, you're asking for less than last year. Can you just walk us through what you're anticipating?
So since having Megan, we've been able to get we worked together and got all of the permits reviewed, so we don't have a backlog anymore. And so now it's a lot more intermittent, going out. It's not constantly going out. And with the price of gas fluctuating as much as it has,
So do you think that line could come down?
yeah, I think it probably could.
Where are you comfortable?
850?
I think
Okay.
we could try that.
Thank you very much. Okay. Tires and repairs. Does anyone have anything? No. Okay. Going to the back, there's nothing requested for office equipment or any transfers. So looks like that is it. Any questions for us?
I don't believe so.
Thank you for filling out the expenditure form. It is so helpful for us to just be able to get a look, and then we don't have to try to push where we know there's no push. So
Yeah.
appreciate you working with us, Marissa.
And then Brandy, you'll get me those numbers for the aloe stuff.
We'll figure
Okay.
that out. Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Marissa.
you. Okay, we'll go to our next at 2:15. Yeah. So then we'll skip down to district court. That's you. We can have a budget hearing with John. He's going to tell us how he's going to give us all the money to put into the budget. All right. All right. So district court. Let's start with page 30. All right. Are all of these correct?
Yeah.
So these are the actual eval increases.
Well, I noticed that what you sent was slightly different than what I had. Like it was rounded up. Let me see here.
Okay, because when they hit their anniversary date, they hit it for that month.
Okay.
So like if I hit my anniversary date
Let's
on
see.
March 20th, my increase starts March 1st.
Okay.
I don't remember.
It like, and we're looking at the personnel sheet, like Jessica Arena.
Mhm.
I had her at 3.97%.
Oh, I know.
And it
I
rounded.
changed it so that it didn't have all the decimals after the percentage. I changed the formatting.
Okay, so it was slightly different.
But that's still 3.97 and not 4. And I think what Sheila's saying is she was trying to be exact to help us with the budget.
So you wanted to give her 3.9.
I don't want to.
I think that's what she had. She's saying she got 3.97. That's what you have.
I mean, I just let the formula work
Yeah.
itself
And
out.
the formula just rounds.
Yeah.
So if I went back on my computer right now and said, take it 3 decimals or 2 decimals, it would say 3.9.
Yeah, okay.
I think
I
it needs
just
to be,
changed the format.
I think
Okay.
it needs to be the exact.
It's less than either. No, I mean, it's less than 1 cent. It won't, if you change it, then it's gonna go down to 3%, or
Oh.
it's gonna go up to 4.1. It isn't, it's not 1 cent. Like if you do decimals,
Uh-huh.
it's not 1%.
No, I'm not saying 1%. I'm saying the percent, and over time, those things do. That makes a difference. This isn't anything about you or your staff. This is not about you in any way.
Did you intend to give Jessica the full increase? Or did you intend to give her 3 points?
I mean, I intended to give her the $23.03, which kind of calculated
there's a
out to
penny difference.
3.97.
So here it's 2304, and so what I'm saying is that is a penny, and all of those pennies add up. So to your point, the 3.97 applies because she has 2303 and this is 2304.
I will change that.
Okay, maybe we can look at.
And then, you know, Melissa's was similar. It was like a penny.
Can you tell me the correct amount on that?
I mean, I had for the first half of the year $21.81
Yep. Okay.
at 2.01%.
Thank you.
And then the second half of the year, after her 1 year anniversary, it's 22.24
Yep.
at 1.97.
Thank you.
22.24.
22.24, yes.
Because there's been a question about why some of them were 4.02 or 4.1.
Yeah, I get that.
So I went in and I changed the formatting
I think we thought so.
so that it changed it to just an even percent. Roxy and I did it together. And like when we changed the formatting on the percentage on the personnel sheet, so that it wouldn't say like 4.02 or 3.99 or whatever.
So what's happening is Sheila is utilizing what the formula said on the eval to make those to budget for those increases, but the rounding is again causing that penny difference. And as you know, as we saw with one of the departments, that makes up a couple $1,000.
So what did you have for Melissa? 1.7%?
No, 2.01 and then 1.97.
Yeah, correct.
So it's 2181 and then 2224.
Yes.
So we're probably going to need to check that on all of them. So on the evals, Roxy, when we had asked for the totals on the evals, we don't want to round. It needs to be the actual percentage. So to her point, the 3.97, not the 4. We need the actual numbers, the actual percentages, not rounding. Two decimals is, I mean, that's plenty. I didn't need to be like 17 decimals, but okay. Okay, so we'll skip down to part-time salary.
Yes. So I never had anything in there the last couple of years. Bailiff Carrie was our bailiff, and for whatever reason, she's not going to be the bailiff for the district court juries. So I'm having to go outside, and I don't know.
Someone's gonna explain that to me. She's the bailiff for second.
You know, I'm not sure, you guys. She never was our bailiff. And, you know, we always had a part-time salary in here, and we have a couple people that have taken the training. And then after she came on board, after some time, she kind of visited with Judge, and they agreed that she could bailiff, which, you know, the bailiff has to be in the courtroom, in front of the jury room, through the whole hearing. And it was not going to work with her other, these are my words, it wasn't going to work with her other responsibilities to devote all of that to a jury, if that makes sense.
So So we'll circle back on that. We'll just ask her that question when she comes forward. I appreciate that. I don't have any questions on it from your perspective. I get why, but we might just circle back and just ask her the question.
Okay.
Okay. So in retirement, that would be adjusted.
It brought down the regular employee salary from 93,715 to 93,714. So your
What?
people aren't going to be able to have any overtime. Or you're going to go over on that, right? As it's budgeted.
And overtime, you mean
Unless they, like,
we have,
if they
we
come
take
back from
comp
lunch,
time.
yeah, right? If they come back from lunch, really, you know, sometimes.
Yeah.
If they elect for comp time, then it goes to their comp time, and if they elect for
Is,
payout,
is that okay if it goes to their comp time?
it's whatever they elect every March.
Okay. And they do.
So it
That's
should
on
be
their
split
comp
60
time.
cents.
It shouldn't
Uh,
happen.
I just want to check that again. I don't think 60 cents.
Change it.
So if the weight, we'll just use Jessica Arena. So 2303. Mhm.
Get 70 for 47,940.
Okay. Sorry.
And then if we change it to 181 times 1404. You get 22,682.
Oh, I did not get that. What did I do wrong? 2181 times 14.
And then if we take
Would it be 14? Wouldn't it be?
or 14,
It'd be 1040.
Yeah.
So that'd be 22,682. And then
24 times 1040 is 23, 129.60. So it's 23, 129.60, 22, 40, and 27,902.
oh, you're right. I don't think that maybe the math just wasn't right on this to begin with. I'm guessing the math wasn't right on that line to begin with. Because as it was, it would be more than that, right? So the
Well, we
47.9.
it was probably rounded up to
No, it would have been 93,756 if you would take what was here. So the math is just not, that's why. There is a difference. It's not a huge difference. There is a difference. When you add all of these, Brandy, when you add the 47,923, the 22,692, and the 23,140, it's 93,756, not 93,715, which was on her budget sheet. The math is wrong there, is what I'm saying.
okay,
So the 93,715 is fine, I would think.
which is what, yeah.
You see what I mean? Okay. I think we're gonna need to look at those personnel sheets again. I can help with that. Okay. So then, office equipment repair, did anybody have anything?
No.
Travel?
No.
Due subscriptions, registrations?
No.
District court juror fees?
Yes.
So I know that we just budget this every year and it's like a we don't know.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering, could we drop that for a year and try it?
I don't think I'm comfortable with that.
Okay, walk us through it.
We just, I know we already have one set for next month that, as far as I know, it's just gonna be a day, but, this is, I don't know. I mean, what if I go over?
I have a question for you.
You have 9,000.
What is the plan for that?
I have no plan.
Mm-hmm.
I have no plan.
So if you were to, if we were to drop that to 45, are there other things within the budget that could potentially be
I mean,
offset?
I just kind of felt like it's pretty bare boned right now, but you guys have the,
You do a great job. I'm just
the
asking the
final
questions.
call, so.
Here's the thing, we were asking
Every department. every department. Some are larger budgets and they'll see larger cuts, but we're
Yeah.
just asking for some wiggle room where it's possible. So is that something we could drop to say?
And are you just referring to the district court fees or the county court?
No, I'm referring to not the county court, just the district court juror fees. I had nothing on county court.
Yeah, I mean, we can try it.
Thoughts from the group?
Try 45, and we outlined the idea that you have a sinking fund balance that could be used to augment something if we go over.
Okay.
Okay. Will you explain the law library? I saw all of them there. Will you just explain that to us? I know I ask this question every year. I'm sorry.
Those are, I think, 3 different publications that are a printed directory that are for Judge. Probably. He wants printed books. And every year they've crept up a little bit, yeah, in fees. And honestly, I'm not sure why it's on my budget. Maybe it should be on Carrie's budget.
It's like, I really am being honest.
That's right.
That's not a district court fee, that's a judge fee. So like, out of your budget.
No, there used to be more books that we would get for the county court judge as well. So no, I think they have their own subscription on things.
I think
But
they
these
all
are-
do it- They all do it online.
You'll have to ask them. There might be.
If we were to shift this to the judge's budget, that will like on your budget.
Yeah,
So let's run it for now.
okay,
Let's have a discussion. Add that in Gary's budget.
okay. Yeah, they're specifically for him. He puts them in his office and on his bench.
Every year.
Yep.
Okay. Every time. Okay, and then on why this year?
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody have anything else on the budget?
Yep.
No.
I'm good.
Okay. Okay.
Oh,
Sounds good.
wait a minute. What about the high profile cases thing? We were gonna talk
Oh.
about that.
I know you do this every year.
Mhm.
But you don't actually have a budget for it. It just happens.
Mhm.
So I'm just letting you know, you don't have to have it.
Okay.
You come forward and ask for it. Or when you come forward and ask, for it, yes, let's give it that.
Okay.
So I know why. I would have to ask everything about why. So we have to not budget.
Okay.
So I don't think it's.
Okay. Sounds
Thank
good.
you very, very much.
Yep.
Thanks, Sheila. Good to see you.
Will you take, will you be curious about all that? Just that you guys. Yeah, the Baylor study, yeah, no, not the Baylor study, just- oh, sure, just, okay, thank you. Okay. Let's go to our next hearing, which is. Do you want it on now? Yeah, I thought you had 3. Do you have somewhere to be roughly? That's fine. I can do whatever.
Let's just go now.
We do it. If not,
She's here. Let's just do it.
Okay. So personnel is.
already had discussions, you kind of already know where they are. So it is not personal in any way. And I think it's not, but it's just reiterate it, just in case. I appreciate the work you do to help us with this process.
I can't hear you.
What about now?
I hear you.
Well,
I
because
can-
you made me turn
I
it.
can hear you tapping it, Scott.
What about now?
Can you?
No, no.
Now I can.
I can hear it.
I can hear it now. I turned yours down, so
Oh,
I got it.
this one died.
Here, this one said.
Hence laying on
I
his
feel like
side.
we're having a shit.
He's laying on his side.
They're just dying randomly.
Yeah.
So on the personnel side, is that correct? I'm not sure that it is.
What do you mean?
Not
4%,
correct.
4%. What'd you say, Rocky?
How is that not correct?
I don't remember what the increase was that we gave to Rocky.
4%.
I did not know. That's all my
Oh,
question
okay.
was. That's it. Thank you
Okay.
very much. I don't remember the percentage.
That's
That's
okay.
all. Okay. So nothing on official salary or employee wages. So I see that they're rounded. So that's to account, I'm guessing, for some overtime.
I think that's what most people usually do is grab it like the next. Just because if they come back early from lunch or if there's
Yeah.
a holiday that week or whatever, so they don't go budget on that. I mean, most of our people have like 40.18 hours because of that lunch hour.
I'm just saying that there was rounding. I wasn't asking her to.
Yeah, no, I think that, but that's why.
Okay.
Most of them.
So our referrals, you removed that, right?
Yep, and so that is the payout of the current one. And so I've already updated the policies, and like removed it entirely, so okay, no more.
So it's 0 or this is the amount that is needed to pay out.
This is the amount, yeah. So I budgeted what
Oh,
to
so
make them left.
Thank you. So the amount is 750.
Okay.
Got it. Thank you for clarifying.
But we will have no more this year.
Okay. Makes sense.
The data processing is ADP. And the reason it was 38, it was just the way of the timing of the bills.
Yeah.
It actually would have ended up being 41 for that budget. And so again, just with the timing of when it's paid, usually mid-month that I get the invoice. So yeah, the 41,200 I think will be a good that just in case that timing is off.
Okay. I don't have anything under hiring costs. I don't have anything under computer repairs. Does anybody else?
No.
What about travel? I do have some notes. Anybody else?
I penciled 450.
That's what I have as well.
The reason for that is I just want to understand on the travel expenses. So HR conference in La Vista 500, NACO 150, miscellaneous travel 150. Is the HR conference for both of you?
No.
It's just for one of you. Okay. And then same thing with NACO and miscellaneous?
Yes.
Okay. So I think I would be that amounts to 800. And you have
I asked a little bit.
No.
850.
you have 850.
I do it.
Okay, that's fine. All right, and then for the due subscriptions registrations, it's the same sort of thing. What I have,
Yeah, and then the reason it's less is the Power DMS we are not renewing, and so like where am I at? I
Due
only
subscription.
spent like 10.7 this current year because of the 2,500 that was supposed to be out of Power DMS, but I ended that to save some money.
so on the trainings, conferences, registrations, it looks like last year we spent 1,500. This year we spent 3,000. Talk me through that part, the conference registration part. Under due subscriptions registrations,
Oh,
you would
like what I budgeted.
you just budgeted double. That's all I was asking.
Well, to be fair, we hardly did any training this past year to help with the budget a little bit. And so there's a lot of like overtime, different things that I want Tiffany to be trained on and myself, and not all of those are free. And then yeah, with the conference registration, that already includes trying to think if that already included HR Nebraska to me or not. I think it does.
So my question is, can we, I know you're planning to spend $3,000 on that. Can we spend a little less than that? So you're asking for 13. Is there, can we drop that a little bit? That's what my question is.
Yeah, I'd be willing to. I also know that, and maybe I just didn't put it on here exactly, but we have a few more IT.
Can you tell me a number?
invoices, like GoDaddy is every other year, and that got put on there this year. Wix we don't have anymore. Like 500. What are you thinking?
I'm gonna defer to you guys. What do you guys think?
I had 11 penciled in, but I'm open to discussion.
Total for the
Yeah.
dues?
What about we split that increase of the 1,500 to the 3,000, and we would drop it, say 750,
We would drop from 13,000 to
just by $750.
just by 750.
So
I'd be
12,250.
okay with that,
Okay.
dropping it by 750.
All right. And then background checks. I'm just assuming that they're going up. Are they going up, or?
So what happened with this is the background checks, I've told some of you, the DHHS takes a long time. Takes 2 to 3 weeks at least. And then when Barb and I looked at it closely, not every position needs that. And so we were able to save a little bit there. And that's why I think originally I budgeted for 3,800 last year, but we didn't spend that much. It also just depends on how many, employees that we,
What departments need just public transit, right? Or does-
no, attorneys, public transit, extension,
Sheriff.
not sheriff. Well,
Really?
sheriff, yeah, you're right, sheriff.
Jail.
And dispatch. So like office department, they don't need.
All right, I didn't realize.
So
there
that
were
does
any-
save stuff. Now also keep in mind every 3 years we do reruns on background checks for employees. So every year we have a list of
People
current
that you have to
employees that we run background
Is that a statute? Why do we do that?
I think it's just to check to see that there's any new record.
Oh, so you're
current-
talking about, yeah, right.
Yeah,
You're
we
talking
don't
about,
run the D.
Yeah.
Let me double check. We used to run the DHHS portion. But
so if I got a DUI and I didn't tell you, then you're gonna catch it on the background.
well, hopefully, if it's something like that, our law enforcement would notify us. If it's an employee, they would notify us, but
No,
it's not.
I
Yeah,
wouldn't
we're
count on
not required to. So yeah, we check those
Okay.
every current employee. We do not do elected officials
Don't we do an annual driving record search?
for DMV. only.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, sorry, for roads.
I mean, anybody in a safety sensitive position that's driving a car. That should include roads, sheriff,
public
anybody
transit.
that's driving or has a car assigned.
So I don't know what sheriffs do, but that doesn't come from HR. Yeah, roads does their own DMV.
All right,
All right. So I'm fine leaving that then. Under supplies, that looks like you just kind of left it flat.
I'd be willing to go down like 200,
I am totally fine with that.
because
I was gonna say like 150.
spent 1,000 every year.
So
So
you think
that-
800?
It would be 800.
Fine by me. And then drug testing supplies, I would ask the same question. I'm guessing it's increased in cost.
So that one, I'm a little worried about, but we'll leave it at. I do not want to go
Less than the 1,500.
less than 1,500 because it is costing more.
What did we run the background checks to?
One source.
No. I mean.
We didn't.
no,
We
we
3,200.
left it- Okay,
Oh,
okay, all right.
Okay. Any other questions on her personnel sheet?
Nope.
Do you have any questions for us? Okay. Sorry, we're running late. Thank you.
No, you're good.
Thanks, Roxy.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so we will recess until 1 o'clock.
Because I don't think I gotta leave at 2. I've got an attorney appointment that I scheduled months ago.
landline from her house phone instead of her cell phone. Oh, it's so funny. It is. So we regularly joke. Did she mean her cell phone or her house phone cell phone? Which phone is she complaining about?
That reminds me of my mother. She has some special qualities like that.
I mean, I love her, but sometimes I'm like,
When she's no longer there, you'll be calling.
I know. When I leave here, I'm driving back to go for an oncology appointment. Oh no, she's a year and a half into oncology with her oncologist. That's right. It's definitely integral. So now she's got a new oncologist to go what they can memory issues. So that's going.
Good thing she has it.
It is. I'm going to remind her of all the things that happened in 2001 when she had her.
This is what I used to have to do. I completely understand. That's me.
I would love to.
Reagan also
She
used to,
would
yeah,
just-
used to have
do you
that.
know
Ready? She was being rude, not you. Okay, it is 1:02 p.m. and we will reconvene the meeting. We'll continue our budget hearings and we'll go to county court, which is on page 35. Thanks for coming.
no problem.
And thanks for putting everything together the way you did and filling out that sheet. I know it's not really long, but it is really helpful for us to understand how you're utilizing the funds and what you need to do your work.
My
So,
only suggestion would be to combine it all into one spreadsheet. Either two sheets
Mm.
on the same spreadsheet or break out each one of these lines and put it underneath it as a breakdown to make it easier. for
Ex-
the part.
Extension did that and it was wonderful. Like, I don't disagree with you. I think that was a really good idea.
Otherwise, it made perfect sense. It was just having two spreadsheets
Yeah,
made me have to bounce back and forth.
I get it. Did you see extensions, what they did? Yeah, I thought that was really helpful. Okay, good suggestion. Thank you. All right, so I know we talk about this every year, but we need to just start by saying we are literally asking every department to cut. We had pre-meetings. Reagan and I met with all of you, but as it stands right now, our ask, like as budget submitting, is like $4 million more than last year,
Right.
which is impossible. We actually cannot do that by law. So we have to figure out where to cut. So we're asking every department to cut.
Right.
It is not personal.
Right.
And know that we appreciate you as a member of this team. Okay. All right. So let's start with postage. Does anybody have any questions about postage?
No.
There's nothing on telephone or office equipment. So for dues, subscriptions, registrations, I noted that it's hard to figure out what it is that you guys are going to need for bar association, registration fees,
Right.
robes. And is that an annual expense or is that probably just a one-time expense?
Robes would be a one-time expense, and then if we had any kind of something that typically Judge Peterson used it, if she needed to go to some kind of conference, that's where we pulled that money from. I did speak with Judge Clarity, and we went over this together about how we had $3,500 budget, and obviously we didn't touch that last year.
Yeah.
And a lot of that's because Judge Peterson was gone and we had a bunch of folks. So we didn't have a lot of, everybody else's counties absorbed those judges' costs. Judge Clarity and I looked at it, we thought, dropping it down to 1,500, is something that would give us some money back to the county that is needed, obviously. And, but still leave enough, because you will have one conference in Las Vegas. for judges to do that. I believe the state pays for that,
Mhm.
but I've never been through it, so I didn't want to cut it all out, not done. A robe is gonna run at least $500. I know, I almost had kids. I'm like, why did we cost so much?
Never heard that before. That's
Can I
pretty
just
fun.
go to Motel 6 and pick one up?
Right?
Actually, I think you can go to his yard. He probably has them. My question for you is, there is $31,000 in your sinking fund. $36,000.
36?
$36,000.
I thought there was only 31.
Yeah,
I
I
spent
thought
a
there was
little
31
bit,
too.
so
Oh, it is 36. Did it go up? Did I just write that wrong? Maybe I can't read my own handwriting. That's probably
I
not
thought
the
it.
truth.
I mean,
36,000 in your sinking fund. Now I remember Sheila used to tell us why that you guys have to save for some sort of filing something or another. Okay.
you're looking at the wrong. I have not been told that we have to save for any kind of filing anything.
So my question is, do you think under the robes and things like that, some of that could be purchased out of sinking fund? I'm not asking you to cut out that whole line. I'm saying, what if we split it and you had 750 and do subscriptions registration and used
Yeah.
sinking funds for like robe
We could
for
definitely.
this year?
Yeah,
Okay.
for sure.
Okay. That would be helpful. Everybody okay with that? Okay.
Yeah, I tried to look at what I could absolutely cut before we came in because I knew we needed to make budget cuts.
I appreciate that. I saw that you.
We're also looking at in transitioning through this budget year so that next budget year we don't have the post office box.
Okay.
There's a stand of post office boxes that are provided for free in front of the building.
Yep.
Sheila historically didn't like that because they deliver about an hour and a half later than at the post office. Right. I don't care. Do they deliver the same day as they would deliver at the post office? That's what I care about. Is it worth $200 to get your mail an hour and a half earlier? No.
Okay.
So, but I have to work with the post office to figure out what
Okay.
that process looks like.
Okay. For court costs, I didn't have anything to do with anybody else. Okay. Supplies, I did. I know you spent 35 last year. You spent 36 the year before. So I have the same question. Could we make that 35? And if you had to spend more, note that you have your sinking fund.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
Because I did purchase, like we needed some new office chairs. I did
Yeah.
all of that out of our sinking fund as well.
Will 3,000 work?
I'd rather do 3,500. But
She's pretty close to that number set from year to year of what actual
The 36.
expenditures are. If you are going to take something out of your sinking fund, it's actually a separate fund than this. So that sinking fund line in your budget, I just saw when you said you took something out of there, I just saw that, and that's okay. I mean, that would be like taking it out of any other line that doesn't have anything budgeted, but it's a separate fund, and I can give you that code. So then you just code the claim out of that fund instead of out of this one.
okay,
I made myself a note to give you the code.
yes, please do.
Yeah, it will.
So that I want to make sure that we're doing it
Yeah.
the way it needs
No,
to
you're
be
good.
done.
So under office equipment rental, I just have a question. And this is probably a question for you too. Did MIPS actually double or was it a payment thing?
So
I know it went up maybe.
ours actually went down quite a bit, and that's because all of our scanners, we have paid on them long enough that we now own them. I added a little bit back in. I took that out, the difference, and then I added a little back in case we have a scanner break.
You're talking about leasing. I'm talking about MIPS. It looks like last year we paid 480 and this year we're looking at 1,000. And I know there was an increase. I was just wanting to confirm.
I think that the MIPS bill, because we all share the same bill. And so ours is for registered deeds and budget and all of that stuff. And yours,
It's like
you and
$40.
district court both have it. And it used to have 2 lines on it.
Mhm.
One was leased for scanners, I
Yeah.
think, and then one was microfilm.
Okay.
and you don't have the microfilm part anymore. It's just
I don't even have, I don't have lease for scanners on mine either. Mine's like $40 total.
so I think that
And I
is
think it's just the scanning
long-
service.
yeah, your login basically to
Right.
be able to use the service. which
Because
is-
our scanners are aged out, that we've leased them long enough that they've said they're yours now.
And then Candace sent an email saying that I think the bill in its entirety was going up 3%.
Okay.
beginning July 1st.
But my question is specific to MIPS. I understood the hometown leasing, but the MIPS, you spent 480 last year and you're thinking 1,000 this year.
Again, the hometown leasing is the office
Yeah.
copier scanner.
Yeah.
In each desk, we have an additional scanner, which is exclusively to scan in
For MIPS.
images for MIPS. Those came out this last year. We are no longer paying for those scanners. We had 4 scanners we were paying for.
Yeah. What I'm saying is last year the expenditure was 480 and this year you're projecting 1,000.
Because
MIPS.
I'm not sure if those scanners, they aren't always working like they're supposed
see.
to. If
Okay.
we have to replace them, then we're gonna have those leasing fees for those scanners.
I see what you're saying.
And I don't wanna have to come back when that
I get it.
happens and say,
Okay.
hey, I need an extra $600, now we need scanners.
Can you pull that out of the sinking fund?
If we have to purchase scanners, yes, but the actual like monthly fee that she's talking about, no, that would have to stay in. So I think that's what she's worried about is that like $40 a month or whatever.
The monthly fee went up.
But I think what she's budgeting for is just the monthly fee, not the scanners necessarily, right?
Well, the monthly fee, but so those scanners aren't scanners that we purchase, we lease those from MIPS.
So I don't think we could use that. I think it-
And I went back and I looked at how much I pulled some older, like from last budget year when I was paying for them, what the scanners were costing us per month when we were still paying the leasing fees on them to come up with that $1,000 to try to,
How old are these scanners?
they predate me. So they're at least 3 years old.
That's wrong.
Yeah, they're at least 3 years old because they predate when I started with the courts, and that was March of 2023. So as long as they continue to work like they're supposed to, that's great. But I'm
I get what
just
you're doing, you're doing.
yeah.
okay. Everybody okay leaving that?
Yeah.
And that was really all there is. So
I was gonna say I tried to cut enough that
thank you.
we didn't have a lot of things that we needed to.
I appreciate you going through and doing that ahead of time.
Mhm.
It already shows that you're at a 5% deficit between last year and this year. So
Of course.
Do you have any questions for us?
I don't think so.
Thank you, Kim.
You're welcome.
You can come give us a quirky sayings at any time. We love that.
Almost
About
had
kittens.
Almost had kittens. That
We
is,
would love that.
I've been known to refer to things as a kicking puppies kind of day too.
I love it. I'm gonna use that.
Said I have 2 dogs and 4 cats, so like,
He would like to give you more cats.
We have outdoor cats.
we have one that will be an outdoor cat. He's only this big right
Aw.
now, but because we live in a renovated barn in front of a highway that's doing construction right now, which is super fun because we hadn't had mice the first 2 years we were there.
Yeah.
Our cats have killed 6 mice so far this summer
That you know about.
that I know about. I've caught another 3 on camera when I was trying to figure out what was going on in the middle of the night, and it would run across the camera, and I'm like, well, that's disturbing. The cats just sat there and watched it. I'm like, that's
They weren't
concerning.
hungry.
So, but the new baby kitten, who's probably 12 weeks old, he caught one in our couch downstairs on Saturday morning. He brought it out and he played with that thing for 45 minutes. Then he ate it. I'm like, well, I guess that's breakfast.
Thank you, Kim. We appreciate it.
You're welcome. You guys have a great rest of your day.
All right, we'll go to our next media or budget hearing, which is for buildings and grounds.
I formed them up for you.
She did. She's so great.
You got any cats, Eric?
You are they indoor or outdoor?
No, point it towards you. Point it towards you, not away from you.
No, we have to do it for the recording. Sorry.
Not
Oh,
trying
hey,
to.
Eric,
You were a black
Huh?
thanks for scooping up the squirrel. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Right at the end of the walkway, as you go out the north door and right down by the curb.
What's that on?
Oh,
Just laying there like this.
so sad.
Probably the heat.
Could have been.
Probably.
I'm just gonna not comment. Okay. So looks like the personnel looks fine. Nobody has any question about that, right? And overtime pay, does anybody have questions about that? I
A little
just put it
bit. I had that kind of going in half because I think you look at that overtime as snow removal more than anything else, right?
Yep.
And we haven't had much for snow removal the last couple of years, really. I was wondering if there was a way we could pare that back a little bit.
I pared it back 500. It
I'd
was
like to see-
2,000 last year.
Yeah, it was 2000 last year. You have 2000 this year too.
Yeah.
And you spent 664 last year and only 923 the year before.
So I think he's
Wow.
asking about 1,000.
If you can do that,
Can you do 1,000, Eric?
Sure.
Okay. Next line is retirement, which we know that. The greatest thing ever is going to happen for you, Eric. You are no longer going to have to open 25 bills every month,
That's
But-
awesome.
but we're going to need your help because we need to know like the monthly, we need you to help provide Brandy with what the monthly or what the yearly cost would be for each department. So if you could open,
Okay.
you know what I mean? Because I'm sure
Yep.
you're gonna get another bill. Open the bill and then let her, if you could just give us a listing of it. But we want to try to be as close to exact as possible.
Okay.
Okay. And so then that line would need to change to reflect probably cell phone, any cell phone reimbursement, and then just your line.
I don't have a phone, so it will only be cell phone.
Okay, so then only cell phone. You don't have a phone and you've been dealing with everybody else's phone. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so that will change, just so you know. Utilities. I don't have any. Does anybody else?
no.
Insurance premium. Another piece of information. We are removing insurance premiums from individual department budgets. So that will go into miscellaneous general. So you can remove that from your budget as well. Okay. All right. Takes us to building repair. So it looks like you're asking for more.
I am.
Can you walk us through that?
Mostly it's just because I know the HVAC units are gonna start tapping out on me, and a lot of, especially in this building, things are really old, and right now, currently in that line item at about probably 15 grand already this year.
I had penciled in 50, which is around what we spent the last couple of years.
Yep. It's been very consistent at that last several years.
You think we could still get by with 50 this year?
I don't, we can put it, you can make it 50 if you want. I don't think we'll make it under 55.
But here's the thing, Eric. So if we do have any of those, like if an HVAC system does go down, that is something that I think we could come to the board and we could potentially be prepared for. Because that's something that we don't have to, I mean, we have to repair, right?
Right.
I mean, what it, within the HVAC systems within this building, which one do you think is gonna go down potentially?
No, this one's been done already. That was one of the big expenses.
Oh, so this is new here?
Well, not the whole unit, the compressor's new.
Okay.
That was 4 grand.
Because Ron said he just ran it backwards and got it going.
No, it's a new compressor.
Oh, okay.
And there was a big breakdown on a rooftop unit at the jail that's probably gonna hit about, well, a little over 5 grand already.
Is that unit the one that you're talking about in jail, is that unit also big enough to manage the jail?
No, it's on that building. It's on the roof of that building. So there's 4 rooftop units on that building. And they manage the top 2 floors. So one rooftop unit does a half of a floor.
How do we get the jail out of this? They got their own?
Yeah, the jail is all individual units, almost like home units.
They're on the what, the south side of the building?
They're all around the building, and then the furnace units are also all around inside the building.
Yeah.
On the chases.
Okay, so did we settle on a number?
50.
Okay. Other equipment repair. So any conversation on that?
Can we knock that down a little
I
bit?
knocked it down to 25 myself, just looking at what you'd spent
I
last
do
year.
I do see your notes. By the way, you did fine on your expenditure sheet. Thank you for doing that. I do see that you were saying you were expecting more repairs because the mowers are aging. Is that the only thing you really use that line for is maintenance on mowers?
Yeah, primarily yes. And the little winter tractor.
So if we're expecting more repairs and we spent about 1,900 last year, to his point, could we do 2,500 or you're thinking no?
We can do it. I can't. I'm making no promises.
We're forecasting here.
Okay. I did not have anything on vehicle repairs. Did anybody else?
No.
Okay. Snow removal by others. The last 3 years I've asked you about this, and you wanted to keep it in there.
And I still do.
I'd like to see us zero that out.
When
All right.
When would you ever use that and who would do it?
Schaefer does it, has done it a few times in the past, and would use it when I'm generally take at least a week off in the winter. A week of vacation. So if we take it out of there, I need to know if I do need to use it where you want me to budget it into.
You mean if you do have to do snow removal?
Right.
Yeah. It's not that I want to remove the line, it's that I want to remove the $500 because we haven't used it in so many years.
Right, I understand. But
What
where
we-
do I code it to if I do
What
need
we
to use
would
it?
always suggest is you still code it out of the line that it is supposed to come from. That way, next year when you do your budget, you'll say, I did use this much out of that line. Because if you tuck it into a different line, then it won't stand out so much anyway that, oh yeah, I had to pay for snow removal.
Okay.
So even though there's zero on it, you would still code it out of that line, and then you would know the next year when you do your budget
Okay.
that you did use.
Yeah,
it.
it's just impossible to predict.
We know that.
Agreed.
Okay. So then takes us to supplies. Anybody have anything there?
No.
Okay, so I just want to note at the end of the year each year, and I'm not pointing fingers at you. There is a lot of claims at the end of the year for miscellaneous supplies. And I know that department heads want to, you guys want to keep as much in your budget as possible. But if we don't need to purchase things, we shouldn't. Just to reiterate,
Well, it's all paper products for the buildings.
I'm just stating, I'm making a statement.
Well, that's fine, but if you look back at all the years past, those numbers are consistent.
Yeah, but I think there's other things that are coming out of that line too. It's not all 100% paper.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So I'm not suggesting any change. I just was stating,
Making an observation.
I'm making an observation. Fuel. Anybody have anything there?
I had it knocked down to 2,300 just based on what was spent. I know that fuel prices are up right now. I envision fuel prices will go down later on towards the end of this year, but that's just my guessing by golly.
Are you okay with 2,300?
Sure.
Area. Okay.
No sense in fighting over Zim battle.
Not true. Not true.
We just have so much that we have to cut.
So I don't think Steve talked about the.
I did not. Go ahead.
Okay, so. And I think you were here when Misty and I talked to her about the deficit that we were in to start the year. But the reality is that everybody's in the budget. That we were $4 million that they were last year, which we cannot do. We can't do it because of the list. There's no way. So then every single department, even with things that were already cut, people coming in and cutting, we have to make more cuts because we can't do it. There's just no way. We can't do it. And so, and that's the hard part. We understand that it's difficult for a lot of things we do to predict the money that you're going to be here. But at the same time, we are money to the good, right? So money that is in the general fund at the end of the year, that's good for us, right? Because we're starting with a little bit more, so we don't have to levy as much, which means that there may be money next year, so we don't have to make.
So that's just part of why I was stating the statement that I said, which again I have said to everyone, which is if there are things we don't have to purchase, we should not purchase them.
Okay.
And that is not a Eric direct. That's just a countywide thing. All right. Next item is lawn care equipment. Are you planning to purchase something specific out of that?
No,
So it's just maintenance.
yeah, not maintenance necessarily. It's just a weed eater brakes or a
Blades.
a blade or a trailer or anything like that breaks.
Can we drop it down to 1,700?
How about 1,200?
I'm good with 1,200.
I had 12 penciled in on mine. Oh, there you go.
Okay. And then other machinery and equipment. Anything? I did show it dropped, but I'm totally fine leaving it at 500 too.
I'm good.
500.
Yeah.
Okay. That's it. Any questions for us?
Nope.
Thank you very much.
You bet.
I know you were sweating about that sheet, but you did great. I appreciate it.
When is the phone bill gonna change?
Well, we want it like now. Have we already paid July? We haven't paid July. No, that was for, or aren't we? Yeah, because aren't we ahead?
I don't know. Are we gonna,
We want to do it.
are we gonna get one more that it's all separated?
They're always going to come separated. What I was trying to say to you is
Okay, so they're gonna just be dispensed to each department.
yes, and you will no longer have to deal with it. Where I was asking for your help is just one time if you could look at those and be like, okay, attorney, yours is going to be this for the year. HR, yours is going to be this for the year. Clerk, yours is going to be this for the year, and get those numbers to Brandy, and we'll put those in their budget.
Okay.
But I don't try to be as close as you can.
Well,
Not
they
much
should
around.
be, theoretically, they're awfully,
Yeah,
should
but
be
those
month
fees
to
are
month
always-
consistent.
A couple cents difference.
I feel like sometimes, yeah, the fees are, but everybody should have those lines in their budget still from when we did it this way.
They all have the telephone
Yeah,
budgets.
I
Yeah.
haven't taken it
So
out of
you no longer have to. I'm just asking for one more time
Right,
for you to
right.
help us out. But
I'm
then
with you.
it's not on you anymore.
we, yeah.
So maybe I made you like mildly happy with not 25 envelopes every month.
I don't know, my callus is getting pretty good.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. My email. She was out there.
Hi. I was like, it was like 1 minute. Okay. Where? 6-1.
Yeah.
83.
Yeah, well,
You may have noticed on the summary sheet and on the fact sheet
Uh-huh.
that the totals are different, and that is because did you see, I put that 203,588 that we're taking as an exception, and I'm just not entirely positive yet.
How it works out.
It works.
Okay.
So,
When I looked at that, I was thinking maybe we should add that to,
and you can add it to any line you want. I
Okay.
just tossed it in there.
yeah. Well, we use that maintenance agreements for Accurate only.
Okay.
So if we were to add that in,
Oh, sorry. Do we have to like make a motion or anything?
No,
Okay.
no,
Okay.
you guys are fine.
I have to like announce that we're starting or anything
Well,
like that.
We didn't announce that yet, so let's just say, okay, we're gonna go to our next budget
Sorry,
hearing,
I just popped
which
right
is the
in.
jail.
I was just trying
And
to
now you can
preface
keep going. You're
I was
good.
trying to
Good.
preface
You need to
this.
make your speech.
Make your speech.
Okay. See, I forgot the last time because they did the same thing that we had. Okay. So, first and foremost, I know that we said this last year. I think you were sort of involved in this last year, but nothing that we say here is personal. I promise you, it is not personal. This year is a really every year has been challenging for us because we felt like we had a mountain in front of us, but this year I feel like we have Everest in front of us. Um, on average, year to year, when we see like a request like the increase in the budget, the most I've ever seen it, I think, is about 1.5 million. The request from the departments from budgetary perspective as submitted is $4 million more than last year. Legally and by statute, we cannot. We even if we wanted to levy that much, we cannot. So as we're and that's why we kind of had those conversations initially. Like we have to make cuts, and it is not personal. And you should know we've asked every department to cut. Larger departments, I think, get larger cuts, and even the smaller departments, it's every dollar matters. Every penny actually matters. And so that's why we're just taking extra care. So when I say $4 million, that's like 7 cents increase on the levy. And that's just, it is actually not possible. So know that everything that we talk about is not specific to the jail. It's not specific to anything in particular. It's just us doing our best to try to tackle that issue. Are we expecting Mike?
Yeah. Yeah, he said he'd be here when we chatted last week. So, can I send him a reminder?
Okay. I also would just like to, this is not about you, Sarah. This is not about you, Andrew. Okay. Isn't he technically supposed to be here?
I think so.
Has he seen your budget?
Probably not the final.
Has he worked with you at all?
Okay. You don't have to answer that. That's fine. Thought from anybody? They're here.
So for the preservation of time
Yeah.
and the fact that Sarah and Andrew are
Yeah.
here, I think that to be respectful.
I agree.
Forward, but I do think that it needs to be noted that he is the official and he is not present.
I just sent him a text. We'll see if he responds.
Okay. Let's keep going. Okay. All right. So the salary line, I didn't have anything on regular employee salaries. On part-time salaries, I know you filled out that form, so I forgot to say thank you already for filling that out because that was really helpful. The expenditures
Oh,
part.
yeah.
Yeah. So it looks like you're asking for more this year than last year. And I had actually penciled in closer to what you spent for last year. Do you want to walk through that?
For the part-time salaries? Yeah, we, so right now with us having a shortage of, employees last year, we were very fortunate to have, a prior employee reach out and said, hey, I know you guys are needing some help. You got a couple officers, vacant spots. So I'm willing to come back and help you. She came back, very fortunate to have her back on. With that being said, she helps out on the weekends. And so, and the other on-call actually or part-time helps us out on the weekends. That's when we're really short, especially on the night shift, the 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. So fortunately they do, because we only have 2 staff members that are scheduled every Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night, because we are short and that's how the Panama schedule is kind of set up. So they do help us out. And I estimated roughly 8 hours each a week where they're able to help us out. And so that's how I got a number, but we actually had a third part-time employee that ended up resigning last week. So that third person that resigned, so now we're down to 2 part-time employees. So
my question.
and so their pay had increased.
Yeah, I remember.
So yeah.
Okay. So here's my question for you. Again, I had penciled in closer to what you had for last year, and I know we have vacant positions, and I know why they're vacant. so I'm not judging that. But do you think there's wiggle room there, knowing you have some of those positions available and they will still remain available for a little bit?
They will not, once we have third person coverage.
Yeah.
They won't have the hours there. Correct. So they only would work the hours when there's 2 officers
Right.
working.
I
So it's
hear what you're
possible
saying.
that they won't have.
I'm saying in the
hours.
budget, those vacant positions, we're budgeting for them for the whole year, but currently they're vacant. So I'm saying,
Yeah,
could
it's-
we wiggle? Yeah, sorry, I didn't say that. The full-time positions. Thank you, Reagan.
Okay.
Is there a way that we could wiggle? There's some wiggle room there. So I'm saying, could we budget 18,000, assume because we have those 4
So you're s-
vacant, just for, just assuming you'll have some extra there.
That would, I guess, what would that be? They normally work, well,
So it's 4,600 less than what you
So-
have.
yeah.
But Sarah, we still have, it's 2 or 3 vacant.
3, yes.
So because those positions.
Yeah,
Again.
you're right. Once they're
budget is
filled.
Very tight,
Mhm.
4.
but they're currently open right now.
Mhm.
So there's no money going towards it.
Mhm. Right.
Well, basically that 46
Mhm.
the part-time.
Yeah.
Will come from those regular salaries.
Yes.
Does that
Yes.
make
That makes sense. Yep. Yes.
That's doable?
That's doable. Okay, thank you very much. That's what I was trying to. What do you want to? 7 or 18,000 is what it said. Okay, so that next line.
I see that's 18,000 flat.
Yes, thank you. That next line, overtime, holiday pay. I know you requested 9640, and I know why you calculated it. I had penciled in 85, hoping that some of that would be a buffer as well. How do you feel about that?
Sorry, were you on the
Overtime.
overtime?
Yes,
Yes. And you're suggesting,
would that be okay?
I think that'd work, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I do not have anything.
But I will refigure retirement.
I know.
because I did figure that.
Yeah,
I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that'll go down.
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, uniform allowance, let's talk about that.
Yeah, as you know, we have a lot of, we're trying to build up our inventory. We have, new staff come in, they have to have new uniforms. We also, have budget for boots. They get, it's always been in place for every 2 years for them to get boots. So that's been kind of the standard for the sheriff's office, again, with the jail. So, that, yeah, is just for the standard, standard wear, pants, shirts, belts. We had to order a couple belts.
This is probably pretty consistent with almost everything, but the past 2 years I've been here, I'm kind of in charge of ordering clothing for our staff, either newer staff that are coming on or existing staff. And those prices, we go through Galls for our pants, we go through Great Plains and Omaha for our flower shirts. They're $100 shirts each. I've looked outside for other options that are cheaper, and they've gone up in the past 2 years for pricing. So it's kind of everything in society, but specifically for this clothing that we order, 2 years I've ordered this stuff, it's gone up significantly in pricing.
Can I ask a question, Sarah? Again, I'm asking for you to explain to me why, because I know that there was a reason, but there's 31,135 in your sinking. Is there something specific that you're saving for? I mean, I know we have to replace like
We
printers and stuff
discussed,
like that.
we discussed, we've had some vehicle problems. We've had some vehicle issues. It's going back to the shop tomorrow. We only have 2 vehicles. We were able to sell a vehicle a few months ago. That one will not be replaced, but we are thinking the vehicle we have is 10 years old,
It's older than that.
12 years old. And so, I don't really have plans for the sinking fund, but I know if we are going to need a vehicle, the cage itself is very expensive
Sure.
and there's a lot of equipment that has to go into it. So I guess with that being said, I would probably prepare a possible vehicle replacement if we had to. Like I said, it's going back to the shop tomorrow. We're gonna see how that goes, but just a couple things.
It did. Okay, are we good leaving uniform then?
So we're still in uniform, right?
Yep.
How is it that 24, 25 actual expenses are 17,000?
That was a Brandon thing. He bought, I can't remember what
I
he
think
bought.
that's when he purchased the
Vest.
vest.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the vest, we are not reordering the vests. We don't have the on-call or part-time employees utilizing the vest. We kind of kept those for the full-time staff. Some don't actually even want to wear them, and I don't enforce it. Some do. It's kind of just a personal preference, but those have already been purchased, and so that's
So-
where they,
So those are inventory, when people leave, they
Yeah.
leave the vests here and
Yeah.
somebody else will.
yeah.
grab
they
it.
get
These are
reused.
like
Yep.
trauma vests, I think, impact, right? They're not designed to.
They're
do
stab proof vest.
Are they stab proof?
Yes, they
Mhm.
are.
Okay.
So you don't have any plans on
No.
purchasing any more of
No.
those? You're just talking about just uniform.
Yeah, it's just uniforms. Yeah.
So your ask is 7,200, can you drop that down to 6,000?
Could we
No.
drop it a little bit to 7,000? Round it.
Probably 7,000.
All right. Other personnel service. Does anybody have anything there?
No.
Telephone update for you. The currently Eric Buildings and Grounds takes care of all of the allo phones, but he literally gets 25 bills every month, so one for each department. Those are going to be placed in your budget. So it'll just come out of Eric's budget and be placed in your budget. Eric is going to get a list to Brandy, and Brandy will explain to you. You're just going to need to add that into your telephone line.
Okay. Because right now, Blair takes care of that in the sheriff's office.
No.
Well, she codes it out of there, I guess.
What does she code?
Verizon.
Oh, this is
This
Allo.
will be like
Oh,
your
Allo.
act-
Yeah.
This is actual.
Yeah. we'll
So
use
in
everybody.
addition to the 1,200,
Okay.
you're going to get a bill.
Okay.
And it will come to you directly now.
Okay.
and
So
it'll
that
just be an
additional
Allo bill.
cost will go into that
Yeah.
line item. and
Yeah.
that's where-
Yep.
And then will he code that, or I will continue? To
It'll be you.
Okay.
You'll take care of it now, but he's just
Okay.
going to provide. This is what it'll be probably for the year.
Okay.
Okay. All right. That'll change.
Do you want to move that?
Go ahead.
203, 588. I just took it upon myself to stick it on that line. So it would be by itself. But
Those are the cameras, right?
Those are the
this is
cameras.
accurate. Yeah.
Yeah. So
And it's shaded because of the exception.
That's fine.
So we can, we added the 203, 580. That is already in this.
Mhm.
However, remember that the fourth bill was that 36,000 the fourth bill was the one that they wouldn't know the total until they were completed with the project. So, yeah, it was like 339, right? The estimate was 339. So the 203 plus the 101 we paid, we'll say it's 303.
Mhm.
So there's 36,000 that's not accounted for because I was in contact with Accurate
So
this
we just
week,
need to put that in here.
and I didn't want to pay it. I told him I'm not paying that till the job's complete
Yeah.
because it's potentially though it could be lower. So I don't know if we want to plan on the additional 36, but like I said, I was
Yeah.
not going to pay Accurate till the
Yes.
job was complete.
This line.
Yes, add it to the exception. Mhm.
So add the 36 to the exception.
Yes.
Okay, and that
But do you
will,
wanna move
do we
that?
want to move that to the maintenance agreements?
I think it's fine in other equipment repair.
I mean, it's the
It's
only thing. I mean, I don't know that it.
I guess
no,
for me, like the way I keep track of all the invoices is just be easier if we just move in the maintenance agreement, especially
okay.
personally, it's my,
Yeah.
because that's the only thing that's being used is for Accurate is that one.
So that
Um,
the
yeah.
maintenance agreement.
Yeah. Yep.
264, 588.
And then 239, 588 is the exception. And then we don't even use the other equipment repair. I don't know if we want to,
Yeah, there was nothing.
So
You
we're
had
just-
nothing on
yeah.
there.
we just leave it blank. Yeah, leave it blank. Okay.
So
Okay, so travel. Does anybody have anything? They're asking for more travel this year.
It's a wash.
Okay, jail training. Anybody have anything for that? So I actually did have some less dollars in travel and jail training, but there's a reason why. So I just think I have questions. Let's see. In travel and in jail. Okay, again, I know I have to ask the questions. A lot of Sarah Andrew thing.
Yeah.
We said pretty straightforward that we are not going to accept federal inmates, but we're going to continue to do PREA and have pay $2,000 for a PREA training, the travel and PREA training conference plus $2,000.
Well, that was in place last year. Yes. It's in order for us to be pre-compliant, you have to have gone through the training, which involves sexual abuse in confined areas and investigating sexual abuse in confined areas. So that is when Andrew and Jessica Kane went out there last year. And so my hope is because we still investigate internal, I would like to get the other 3 sergeants have some sort of investigation PREA because if possible, we would like to send them somewhere that's close.
Can I just ask one question?
Mhm.
You did it, and then we have one more already on staff,
Correct,
right?
yes, ma'am.
I hear what you're saying, but my question for you is, can we not do that for this year? Especially, no, that's a pretty significant conference. I mean, we're basically telling the other departments we're not looking at any out of state conferences. So that's pretty significant. The fact that we already have 2 makes me feel better. But
Well, yeah, what I would say is that's not really a conference, it's a training. And so in
it's
order
not
for jail
required for the
standards, like
other
he
3.
cannot investigate this. And the PREA coordinator shouldn't be investigating this. You really are to follow the standards for PREA. It needs to be investigated by someone else internally, which is assigned by the PREA coordinator. So we've done this. This is just how it's set up. This is how it's set up. The PREA coordinator oversees it. He's lieutenant, so he really can't be doing the investigation. You're assigning it to someone else. We would assign it to another sergeant. Now they've been doing investigations the last couple years. My hope is to get them like actual certified with the training that they actually know what they're doing instead of the ball being dropped from investigative purposes. Is it something we could hold off? Probably. We've held off this long. They haven't gone through the training. My hope is that we could get them. I'm also looking for like a Zoom class, like a Zoom training where we're not even sending them. I just met the PREA coordinator today, and she said that potentially there was a PREA training she was looking at that was all on Zoom, and I asked her to look that up to find out how much that is because I wanted to add that in and take out the travel because I agree if we can do a Zoom and it's possible it could pertain to the certificate that they would get for the training, that would be fine too.
And then Misty, some of this other stuff too, it's outside of PREA. PREA was the big one, the bigger expense, but we also had some staff leave this past year, recently months.
I'm not
were
questioning those
certified.
other ones. I get that. Like
Yeah.
the jail school and I just have, so on the sheet, I literally just have that circled.
Okay.
So I'm not questioning. I get that you guys have to have the CPR and I even
Defensive tactics.
the right done and all
Yeah.
that.
Yep.
So, but then it says like miscellaneous of 1,000, and I assume that that's what that is. So what I had circled here is really just the PREA part.
Yeah.
So what I would
Yeah,
be requesting is that we take 1,000 out of each of those.
If we step back from each other, don't do anything with PREA, we don't really lose anything. It's not like we have to have a continuous certification.
no, correct. I mean, I can say we could probably take out the PREA travel, but I really would like to get them through some sort of training through Zoom if possible, and that would not be
1,000.
1,000.
So can we?
Probably 250.
Okay, so can we take out 750 from that
I
line?
would say so.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is awesome. Thank you. So
Jail
we'll
training
take
or
that.
is this for-
Just for jail training. Just for jail travel, correct? We were gonna eliminate
1,000
No.
for the jail travel,
jail, yeah.
but then
1,000.
just
or over
750
4,500
on the. So we're gonna put it at 4,750, right?
Okay, sorry.
For the training.
travel? Okay, for
For
the
the training.
travel?
For the travel, for the travel we took the 1,000 out, so we're at
Yes.
4,500.
Yes.
And then for the training, we went from 55 to 4750. That's assuming like 250 for
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Does that work?
I think so, yeah.
Thank you guys very much. Okay. Okay. Next one is boarding prisoners. Do you want to talk to us a little bit about that? I know it goes up every year.
This is primarily
It is, but it's all, it includes, um, the pre-audit we're due this year for the pre-audit, so that's a figured. Some, of our other, vendors or contracts have increased, such as, um, um, the live scan, was it IDEMIA? IDEMIA. So yeah, the Trinity contract, as you know, has increased quite a bit. So I don't know if it would make sense to create a different line item just for the food because that's not, okay,
That's part of wording,
Okay.
I would think.
Okay.
Yeah.
okay.
I think you're doing it right.
I just think about what we get a actual cost there. Yeah, that's just basically,
Sorry.
Yeah.
How long have we been using Trinity now?
it's
It's been a year.
been a year. Yep. It's a 3-year contract.
And with their costs, we're not scheduled to go up this year
We've already gone through that. So that took place in July
of last year.
this year. So this is for second year, July or August. So yeah.
So I guess what I'm looking at, Sarah, like this whole, like, so you had last year, your total expenditures were 294,895. This year you're requesting 315,000.
Well,
Bring that.
well, this is okay. So there's a couple things here. I've included, as you can see, I put in the computers and tablets. I had met with Tom, and we have to replace like
I have an email from him
Okay.
clarifying that, just to be clear. So I
Yes.
do have some notes when we get there, and that I
Okay.
do have that circled.
So I added that cost into that one, and also
Wait,
the
so you added the okay, I think then that's in two places. So you added it into because what I have circled under the boarding prisoners
Yeah.
is the Potter repair for 5,000, which I'm assuming is because of the situation you guys are going through with the vehicle
Well,
that's
yeah.
probably gonna have to be replaced. And then the computers and tablets, my question was, isn't that in your equipment request? So that right there is like 14,000.
well, that's kind of what I don't really understand.
I get it.
On
I
that
can tell
side of
that.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Can you
when
explain
so,
that to me? on
Yep.
that?
So that sheet, the equipment
Yeah.
request sheet, that is separate because you were putting that in. If you go down on your budget to like line 34, 35, that's still budgeted dollars. So I just want to make sure we're not duplicating it. That's all. So your equipment request that goes in those lines,
It would go into which one again?
like 34 and 35. So like office equipment rental or office equipment or communications equipment rental. So those dollars would go into there. So technically it should go in there.
I did, yeah, so we don't have electronic medical records. My hope is to really get that in place this year. I understand it's gonna be tough to do, but to avoid so many medical errors, this really is a huge solution with only having medical there. And it's, unfortunately, we get a different nurse, I mean, every few months, and that's still at that time you're seeing a new face every other week. So just to avoid some errors that's being made, I was really hoping to look into getting EMRs. We met with a vendor. It's an initial cost is whatever I add into that.
13,000.
Yeah. Yep. And then the second year, it would be like 5,600 because it's the initial startup and everything else that goes with it. I added that into the to the budget in hopes that we could get that in place.
Can we go back
Yeah.
really quick to this line because I want to, let's work through that on that boarding prisoners line. So I foresee that you guys are going to need a new vehicle. So I'm just throwing that out.
Well, I don't know, Misty. I really think we are going to hold off on the vehicle, like I said, as long as possible.
Okay. Okay. So I'll leave the 5,000 one for your
Could-
repair.
okay.
But I want to talk about the computers and tablets because I don't think that they're put in the budget correctly. So
Okay.
so let's look at your equipment request sheet.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're saying, and again,
And I didn't know where to put that, I guess.
we'll talk about it when we get to those lines, but
Okay.
the total that you have is the 14.7. And so you're saying that you put
Yeah, I added all
tablets.
that into boarding prisoners.
You put the computers and tablets into boarding prisoners, but
Yes.
those should actually be under
Under which one?
under your capital items. which are the end. Do you see where
Yeah.
line 31 says other
Oh,
capital
31.
outlay? So
Okay.
anything that's under that, you should
Okay.
have one of these forms for.
Okay. Okay.
So like I saw in here like communications equipment rental.
Yeah.
And then we have office equipment rental. So we don't technically those should be these sheets.
Okay.
So let's just assume that that 94, what was it? 94 for the two, 94 1, 90, what's the number? No, I'm talking about the 9100. I think we can at least take that out of this line for boarding prisoners because it will go back in on another line.
Okay.
So are you okay to do that? So you've asked for 315. So we would, or request is to take basically 9,000 out of that.
Soaring group is in boarding prisons.
So Soren Group, it really depends on what we're utilizing Soren Group for.
Seems like an awful lot of money if we're gonna get a new system and
Well,
be budgeting Soaring group for $228,000.
Soren Group, I think, I'm just going off of what we paid last, where are we at? Where's Soren? Oh, yeah, 36. So that's what we paid last year. Again, it could be because they were trying to patch up things with the cameras. It's possible, like they were bringing in equipment, they were doing things, we're getting bills, and I don't know if it's from helping out from Accurate. We've had computer issues for a long time. So yeah, the hope is Soren Group, won't be as utilized as much. And we had new brand new computers, we wouldn't need.
So, okay, let's just say I left the 5,000 one for Potter because I'm assuming, again, either you need a new car, you're probably going to have more repairs. But if we were to take the 9,000 out of there and we were to assume even Soren is $1,000 less, that would bring us to 305 on that line. And again, we'll deal with the computers later, I
Yeah.
promise.
Okay.
Are you okay with
Yeah.
that?
Yes.
Is everybody else okay with that? Okay. Keep going then.
Soaring group, how do we justify $228,000? Soaring group,
No.
That is what you
228,000
have.
Trinity.
No,
228,000.
I think you switched the lines. I think it's just a typo. I think that that's supposed to be for Trinity.
Oh, Trinity is 228.
On the paper,
Oh,
it's
okay.
Oh, yeah.
reversed.
So what's Soaring group?
2535, isn't it?
2535 there, but again, I
You're
have
just not
Soren
lining
Group
up.
listed under supplies too. So
So we would just need it one time.
yeah, one time.
So when we get to supplies, we'll just
Yeah.
take it out of that and let's leave it in here for now.
Okay.
Okay.
3620 in supplies.
Okay, so Trinity's 228.
Yes. Yes, that's our food.
So 305 for that one. Are you okay? Are we
I'm
okay
okay
with
with
that,
I'm okay with that.
Scott? Okay. We're gonna get there, I swear. I'm gonna try to keep it all together. We already
Misty,
talked
I'm
about-
also, if it really, oh, we can go back to this, but I really want to get the EMRs, and if we had to take that out of thinking,
we will get. I promise we're not glossing it over. We'll get there. Maintenance agreements we already talked about. We're doing
Yes.
264,585 with 239,588 being accepted, right?
so we're keeping the 25 plus the 36 plus the 203,580.
Yes, she had. That's
Yeah. That's what I have, right?
okay.
Make sure.
okay. And then the next one is the outside boarding cost. Should we talk about that?
Well,
Yeah. Boarding cost is for inmates that are being transferred from outside agents, other states, right? They're coming back for court hearings. I mean, I can tell you, we spend a lot of money on that, and the jail is paying for these transports. State statute is the sheriff's office responsible for making the arrangements. Now, it doesn't say what cost and who pays for it. The county attorney is the one that's, we're making the determination on if they need to be extradited or not. The jail's paying for it. I can tell you that we are transporting another individual this Thursday for the third time, costing $6,500 for a felony 4. So the jail is eating this cost to make the determination. The county attorneys are the ones that deciding, is this guy worth coming back from California 3 times?
Okay.
We discussed that. And it does say in statute that we are responsible for transport. It does not say that we're responsible for paying for that. My personal opinion is county attorney's office forward. I mean, it's personal. I've been cautious if we share. I had that conversation with Barb. She said, it falls on you guys, which I disagree.
Can I ask a question specific to this line? So are we also, okay, when we have to hold an inmate somewhere else, where are we paying that out of? This line as well?
Um,
We had that situation last year.
so that would be, the, well, Midwest Specialties is contacted for the actual transport. So that's who would leg band, Sergeant leg band makes arrangements for them to actually be transported. Now, are we paying them to be housing? We don't, we're not getting billed for that.
You're not getting billed
So
for them to
we
be
don't
housed
bi-
in a different jail.
No, not for safekeep. Not, they're not being safekeep. They're just being a hold for another agency. So same thing with us.
I'm talking.
We wouldn't bill out for
okay.
anyone else.
So one specific inmate that we had this year that couldn't stay in our jail for medical reasons, we had to take him to another facility.
RTC.
Yeah,
So is that where this is paid out of?
that was coming out of inheritance. That came out of inheritance fund.
But we know that you have to go. He's not trying to be.
So-
He has to.
I think all
got-
expenses associated with that.
Okay.
I believe
And I think that includes the prosecution.
Okay.
All of that.
That's okay.
So
So yeah, that was nothing without my boarding house.
Okay.
boarding house is for Midwest Specialties on transports that are made from the United States fund.
how are we continuing to go up so much every year? I'm just kind of curious what it was. And I
Yeah,
get what
so
you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Those transports, that's what I reached out this morning on the individual that's getting transported for the third time on Thursday. And I asked if I told them cost was, and
Cheaper just to keep him here once we get him here.
the thing, but he gets those on too. He's supposed to bond.
Wait. So we're bringing him here and then he posts spawn. So then he runs to California again and we have to go get him again.
Yes.
And we're responsible for paying for that.
Yes. Well, the jail is. We don't make a determination on a felony 3, felony 4, on the new transported. I don't know why the jail is taking on that cost, because we take on the cost when he's here.
Yeah.
So actual expenditures in 23-24 were 25,000. We had a good year in 23-24. We had a good year in 24-25 at 12.5. We budgeted 25 last year. No, sorry. We budgeted 25 for the year that it was 12 or 13. And then we budgeted 20 last year and we spent 28. So we're wanting to go up to 30.
And I'm guessing, you know, like if everything one,
Fuel.
These transports, are generally- assuming are generally done via air. Ground transport. We're driving.
we're hiring company, so we gotta have
Large in a sense.
sometimes we put people on place for, the governor meeting. But for the most part, we like, this guy, the mentor needs, I asked, let's see, how's he getting here? I did.
Okay, I'm not even gonna, that's that, we'll just leave it. Are you okay with it? Where are you at?
Person, but
I think that there needs to be a broader conversation had, like, what, or what is it? Is he not allowed to post bonds like he did with full bond? I don't.
My thought is, I'm just throwing this out there. I wonder if the county attorney's office even knows how much this is costing. And so when they're making their determination, to her point, maybe it's just, let's just have a conversation with them and say like, hey, this is the third time we're paying $6,500 each time. Do you even know that that's what's happening? That would, I was here when he was talking to Barb, and I mean, I don't think that was
I don't know. if
clear
Wendy-
enough
I
conversation.
don't know if Wendy is aware.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes, I think she, knows how it's been handled. Does she know how much the, he's been treated?
Okay,
I would find it, Michelle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Can I just say, I'd love to get you a call back specifically on this item for now, pending you guys have that conversation, because maybe she'll be like, okay, well, I think I could do X, Y, or Z to sort of help with that. And I think we have time to at least have. Does that work for you guys? Yeah. Okay. Okay, well, we're just gonna skip that one for now and just leave it circled, because. Okay. All right, the supplies line. So I know you purchased some furniture that was damaged last year. Let me look at that one. Hold on.
Supply, the, equipment for like the office chairs and stuff. I use that at the office.
Okay. So under supplies. Oh,
Yeah.
oh, I know. I was looking at EECS. What are we paying EECS for? The 2172.
These can be, toner, cartridges, paper.
That's probably your printer rental too, right?
No.
All right. I just saw EECS. Never mind.
Okay.
You can disregard the package save. I added that in there. That actually would come out on the very, stuff that they order.
You're gonna be my keeper because I lost it already. We're some of the things that we are asking about are, again, it's not a judgment on you. So individual Adobe licenses are like $5 more per person per month than if we were to have, like, say, a county-wide account that then we're just issuing the licenses. So I had already asked Tom to do this and he didn't. So I'm gonna have to follow up on getting a business account, and then it would just be a little bit less. It disregarded for this year's budget. When we get that and when we change it, then we'll know that it's gonna be a little bit less for next year. Same thing with Zoom accounts. If we have Zoom accounts, that could be another thing. And then the last thing is Amazon Prime accounts. We have a lot of Amazon Prime accounts. Now I realize it's easier. You're like, okay, well, payment. But then, and even just thinking about my own Amazon account, there's like 15 people poaching my Amazon account right now, and they all just have their like cards saved. So perhaps it's something where, say, the clerk's office has the Amazon account. We have a login, and then the jail goes in and they order their stuff using their card or their saved payment. You know what I mean? So don't worry about that for now, but just know these are things that, like, they're very small amounts, but they do add up. Okay. There's one department that has like 23 licenses. 23 times 5 times 12. Those things start to add up. So, okay. So as far as supplies are concerned, you're pretty confident that you think you're going to need 85 again, or do you think that that's something where you guys could have a savings?
I think we could cut that down. First wireless was on there, but that was because we
Yeah.
and there was maybe 6 on it, and they're purchasing. So
Could we go back last year?
yeah, so I think we can do it probably knock off probably yeah, 1,500.
So 7,000. Okay. Does anybody have anything for equipment utilized?
Nor did I.
So supplies and figures, you say that would be
That's fine. 7,000.
7,000?
Yes. Okay. Now let's talk about all of that other stuff that we were talking about. So communications equipment rental. Talk me through that. So state of Nebraska Communications. It's pretty obvious.
It's like 537.
537 a month.
537.
Yep. Okay, I'm fine with that. Everybody else okay with that? Okay, office equipment rental. So that's the copier. So that was 900. And then what's the other 400?
No, I think that was something that was that I should find that out.
So can we just make it 1,000?
You could take it, yeah, that was, yeah.
Is that okay with everyone? Okay. And then office equipment. So
Slot equipment, equipment chairs, because we have chairs in the offices, obviously, but we have chairs and control.
that's where I was
chairs and
thinking of
looking,
that. Yep.
And they are so hard on chairs. So,
Okay. So I'm not not judging on that, but I'm saying so the 2,000. I get it. But this is where we need to add back in
okay.
that request. Okay. So let's move to that request. Okay. So you requested the EMR, which is not anywhere in here right now, right? Within the budget. It's not in any of these lines right now.
Correct. If we don't, yeah. If we take it, I had that in place at the boarding for the memory, but yes, we take that out. We're gonna take it out.
Wait, you had the EMR in the boarding program
EMR
too?
was in the boarding for.
Yeah, but I thought,
To be taken
Out of that.
at 14,000.
Did you have that in there?
EMR added was 13,049.
Oh, I didn't. Okay.
yeah, it's down the bottom.
13,140. Okay. That needs to come off the 305. That needs to come off the 305, and then if we were to do something like that, I think that would need to go in one of these two lines. So walk us through it again. It's 13.4 the first year, and then
So yeah, 13 and 140 is the first year. I don't have a total. I want to say it would be 56 or 5,800 every year after that. The initial year is obviously your startup, and so that's when they come into the equipment start the computer program in place, the training, moving everything over. I think you have that on the EMR. I think you have that because that's 5,600. So I got that your fee for next year. Yeah, you're right.
okay.
So it needs to, my understanding is that the 13,000
140.
needs to come off the 305.
Which that makes it 291,860, so 292. Don't worry.
So that needs
Don't
to
worry.
go to
I promise we won't.
292.
Yep.
And then what we need to do is change that. For your
The request.
yes, that request, because that's a capital request.
But question for you:
Yeah, I
Is it
didn't really know how to.
is it 13,140 and 5,600, or it's just 13,140 first year? Okay. Okay. So I'm just changing the cost of that in your sheet to 13,140. So we'll go back to these. The next request was 5 computers, and this is in an email, and I asked him to reply to the board, so I'm just letting you know. He said, of those computers, one of them was replaced under warranty. 2 need memory upgrade. They are usable. They need memory upgrade. 2 absolutely need to be replaced. So he said the memory upgrade was something that he would eat, and then he said the cost to upgrade the 2, they're about $1,100 each. So that's 2,200 for 2 computers. Does that sound okay? So 2 PCs have to have memory. We have a PC guy here. Okay, we can have you translating for us, Ray. He says 2. Okay, so 2 need to be upgraded. 1 has a warranty. 2 have to be replaced. So 2,200 would be the cost of the 2 computers. Okay. And then the tablet. I have no idea what those are, and he didn't know what those are for, so I have a question.
Okay, yeah, so right now we have 5 tablets. They are leads that we need in common. We can't use them, and if we use them, they shut down. It might be the same thing. They have to replace theirs, or they have to get new ones. That's all we have. So, for classification purposes, for we get the EMR, that's gonna take another tablet, my tablet, my iPad, or something to find if it got it done. Look at the time we use that. We use tablets for a couple different things. If we replace the tablet, I wouldn't get, if I get a laptop, I'd want to get a tablet, because it's probably option.
So hold on. Are we saying we're replacing the 2 tough books with 4 tablets? Is that what you guys are saying?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm following now. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm following. Got it. Okay, and that's the 3,600. Okay. All right. So our total equipment request is the 13,140 for the EMR, and then the 2,200 for the computers, and then 3,600 for tablets, right? Yeah. Okay. Question for you. Could we pay 5,600 for EMR and have you utilize the difference? Would that be a fair?
Yeah, I think that's why I put that for the 600. I think that was my thought was,
Okay.
if we had that, we could take the sinking fund, use money out of sinking fund to get the initial startup for the EMR.
So that's 7,540 out of sinking, 5,600 for EMR. Are you guys okay with that?
I'm good with that.
Okay. And then we talked about the other ones. Are you good with the computers and the tablet?
Yes,
2 computers, 4 tablets.
Four tablets.
We're not replacing tablets. No, she's using the tablets for the tablets, right? Okay. Okay. So then we have to figure out where those are going back in the budget. So, okay. Under the office equipment, we should add the tablets and the computers. So that's 5,800 that we would need to add to the 2,000, right? So be 78. And then communications equipment rental. Don't you feel like that's kind of where EMR might work? What do you currently have under communications? Or wouldn't that just go in? Wouldn't it go back in? Wouldn't that go under like dues, subscriptions, registrations moving forward?
That's how we've always, that's how we've said with Maria, that's how she's had it, kind of different copiers and things.
No, sorry, I'm talking about EMR. If it's going to be ongoing every year, wouldn't that be a due or a subscription or a registration?
Probably not this first time, but moving forward, that 500 or
56.
5,000, whatever it is, right now. Yeah.
Would go into dues, subscriptions. So next year,
Next year, put that into which one?
dues, subscriptions, registration.
Now for this year, it will be like the software,
Yeah.
the download.
Yep.
Yeah.
So where do we put it this year?
I think under. Yeah, I'm good with that. So then we're going.
7,800 plus.
No, so it'd be 5,600 on the line. Wait, the 6,600 because we have 1,000. They're already under office equipment rental. And we added 5,600. So 6,600 under office equipment rental.
Oh.
7,800 under office equipment.
All right, what do we got for a total there?
For which one?
What you just talked about, office equipment rental.
6,600.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna put the EMR with the leasing.
Yeah, just for this year. Next year we'll move it. 6,600. So that's that $1,000 for the copier, and then the 5,600 that we're requesting for the first year for EMR. Right? Because she's paying the difference out of sinking funds. The 7 whatever.
And then the office equipment again.
My.
is gonna be the office equipment again is going to be the computers, the tablets, and then chairs.
Yes, because you already had the 2,000 budgeted, so we took it to 7,800. So now we have everything where it needs to be in the lines accordingly, so that it and Brandy and I will get together and go through these two, just so we make sure that we all match up. Does that sound good? So do you want to just run through where we've made changes so we're all on the same page for this? Yeah. Okay. We took the part-time salaries to 18. We took the holiday pay to 85. Uniform allowance is at 7. We removed the other office or the other equipment repair, that exception, and put it down below. So that one we did include. Travel we took to 45.
Okay, other personal service. We didn't change.
I didn't have that. Travel, we have 4,500. Jail training, 4,750. The boarding prisoners is 292. Maintenance agreement is 264,585 with 239,588 accepted. Outside boarding costs, we're gonna have the conversation about, so we're gonna come back and talk about that. Supplies, we're at 7,000. And then that last page, we left communication equipment rental for the radios. And then we have 6,600 for equipment rental and 7,800 for office equipment. Okay, yeah,
That's where I'm at.
we did it. Okay,
Maintenance agreement, yeah, that was the,
where the
101, the 203, plus 36,
plus the 25.
Right.
our normal maintenance contract.
Yeah, exactly. And I keep saying do subscriptions registration, but that would be under your agreements. For next year, that 5,600, that would go under agreements.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Any questions for us? Thank you for coming to the table and being willing to work with us. It's not an easy place, and we do. I know all of us appreciate it very, very much. So, thank you.
You want me to add something on the agenda set, or just a call?
Yeah, we'll just do a call back. Yep. But just make sure you're having that conversation, or you having the conversation.
Reach out to Sergeant Legan to try and help them. Yeah.
So when we do call backs, we'll just that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to our next budget hearing, which is for VSO and Veteran Service Fund. So let's just start with the VSO. That's page 98. Don't run. Oh, maybe after all of that. Keep straight. Okay. I don't think you were in here, but you might have been in here. So I'm gonna only say it once since you're both here. Okay. I know we say this every year. Anything that we ask for you to work with us on, it is not personal. It is not you, Ray, or you, Megan. As submitted, the budget request, just as submitted, is $4 million more this year than last year. So that's not normal. Normally we see, I think the most we've ever seen, Daryl and I, is 1.5. So that's significant. So not only is that a lot, but we can't even do that. Like by statute, we are not able to do that even if we wanted to. So we're just asking every department to work with us. And I'm just prefacing to say we've asked every department to make cuts. It won't just be jail and it won't just be Ray. Okay. Okay. That being said, we'll just work through them like we always do. I don't have anything on basic salary, do you? Okay. On the regular employee salary, you might have something. Did you want to talk about that? Ray kind of, or Scott kind of mentioned something. We can bring it back too. If you're not ready to talk about it, it's fine.
Well, I haven't even talked about it yet, what I was thinking, but I'd be more than happy
Sure.
to share.
Yeah.
So, a very wise person, and let me preface this by saying, I know that I've been begging for that position to be full-time for 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
But a very wise person got me to see it in terms of maybe you should think more about the position instead of the person.
Okay.
And when I think of in terms of efficiency for how that office operates, I think it'd be much more efficient if we were close to the public 1 day a week to catch up and get all
Yeah.
the things done and that kind
For
of
sure.
stuff, and then condense those hours to between Tuesday and Friday. And in doing that, I mean, you could probably get the same amount of work done in 30 hours as opposed to 32 hours.
Mhm.
And I was thinking, if we wanted to go that route, it would probably save the county some money in terms of benefits and that sort of thing, but I think we could accomplish the same thing. And, but I don't know if that's, I don't know what.
Okay, I just wanna, I wanna try to help, 'cause I think I understand what you told me, but I wanna make sure that I'm clarifying.
Okay.
The idea behind, so one, you're gonna try to not just take walk-ins one day a week, just kind of try to like zone in and get caught up with things, right?
Yes, on that one.
Okay, so that would kind of maybe eliminate some of the walk-in traffic on a day, which makes you think you could do it at least 2 hours less on your assistant, right?
Yes.
Okay, and what you're saying with benefits, I believe the discussion was if you were to hire a veteran to take that position, is that where, that's the part that I
Yes.
think they're missing.
Yes, and if we were to hire a veteran, take that position, and you don't have to read anything into this. I was just telling him that if we were to take a veteran that position, because most of the veterans, and I don't have anybody in mind or anything, but most of the veterans we run into tend to either not need the benefits or don't care about benefits, and I mean we have to find somebody that's dedicated, but a lot of times they would rather work their hours, be done, and go home. But at the same time, if they're dedicated enough, if I were to step aside or leave, because since you have to be a veteran to be in this position, then that person could also look at stepping into the
Sure.
CSO role or something like that. So I was kicking all of that around and going around, you know, not to just ideas.
So even if it was just 30 hours a week instead of 32, it wouldn't change that line very much. So for the purpose of budget,
Okay.
but I appreciate that. I think that's a very good plan. I really like the succession part of that too. If something were ever to happen to, which it won't, then you know there's a sort of somebody there. So thank you for thinking about that. The question I do have on the regular employee salary line is, can you, if you don't know, do you know what the starting wage is for that position?
Let's see.
Let me just explain where I'm going with this. So right now, what we have budgeted is Jalissa at her wage with a 4% increase for the total year.
Right.
Jalissa had experience when she came to us, so someone like Jalissa would get up to say 6% from the starting. But a new person, I'm not sure, would have the same kind of experience, and or the salary would not necessarily be the same. So my question for you is, can we fix that? Just modify that to be the starting plus whatever.
Yes, I'm willing to do that. I did it before.
I know you did. I know.
So,
I know.
um,
So just a slight tweak there. Just recalculating the salary.
okay.
That's all I'm asking you to do. I'm not saying cut this much out of it. I'm saying just go and recalculate it at the
At the
starting
starting rate, okay.
plus your, yeah. Is that okay?
Yep.
Everybody following? Okay. And then that would change obviously retirement. I know Brandy, you're gonna kill me before all this is done. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So telephone. This year we're taking like the actual Allo phones.
Okay.
Right now Eric gets 25 bills. So you're gonna get your bill from now on. So we're gonna give you an amount and you're gonna need to put that in your budget. Okay. So Brandy will have those amounts, Eric's gonna provide that, and then moving forward, you will get the bill and you'll pay for that, your claims, like everything else, okay? Okay. Anybody have anything for travel? I have some questions.
It is kind of a wash. We don't have some savings there.
I know you did this before, Jalissa, so I know that. Okay, so my question is, could we cut a little bit, could we cut a little bit, so the women's symposium, I know that's something that she liked to do.
Cut down.
So that's about 400. So with that being said, could we take that line to 1600? That's the travel line. That's just the 400 for the women's symposium. That's all I'm asking you to remove.
I keep a little bit more.
I always want more, yes.
So I typically fly down for the day to the NACO conference.
Okay.
And I think, and then we're gonna have a 1 day thing, so I don't know.
So you don't want the hotel stay?
I don't ranking 36.
Okay, so that would be, let's just,
Yeah, I don't, I'm sorry, I don't remember.
well, everyone has stolen my swipe. My phone. So it's 764. We just got 750 on that. Okay, so then that would be,
1250.
yeah, 1250. Is that okay? Okay. All right, and then under dues, subscriptions, registration, I have the same question about the women's symposium.
Yes.
Okay, and then it also says CVSOA and event registration too. There's a lot of,
Just need one.
so just one, okay. And NACO event registrations too. So we just need one probably. And then there's an annual fee, CVSOA, and I'm pretty sure you'll still need both of those,
Yes.
right? Okay. So if it seems like we might be able to take like 500 out of that line, would you be okay with that? Yes. Okay, so it would be 2,300. Okay. Printing and publishing, I know you dropped it a little, but my question is, do you foresee a lot of printing and publishing?
No, but this was basically for the LexisNexis publication.
Okay.
I didn't buy it last year. I have some online resources, so I decided we can maybe purchase them every other year, not every year, but I haven't replaced them since I started it.
So we're expecting to replace them.
Yes.
Okay, so we want to leave it at 400. Okay. I'm good with that. You guys good with that? Okay. We do have an update on that personnel. So what would it be for up to 6%?
2213.
2213. We'll just make the calculation for you. We'll try to save you some time here, Ray.
Oh, okay.
2213 times. Oh, wait.
That was the experience number you wanted, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So that would be $36,824.32 at 32 hours. That's how we're calculating. 36,824.32. And on retirement, I don't know. Okay. Okay. All right. I didn't have anything with the rest of the budget, you guys,
Uh,
on the top part of it.
oh, okay, I'm down at the bottom.
About the office equipment rental lease. Oh, thank you for that reminder. Are you paying for it or was public transit paying for it?
So I'm glad you asked that question. It's supposed to be an agreement where we were sharing that cost with transit.
Mhm.
But the previous director, she wasn't always consistent about, I'm like, give me a bill, let's do a bill. She's like, oh, I'm just paying, it's fine. And so somewhere at the end there, I was like, hey, we're supposed to be sharing it, but I think some of that we had in there was to cover the old printer that we were getting out of, but somehow that got paid off, and I'm not really sure, but we really only made one payment to contribute to the printer that we use all the time. But I don't know how much it would be, but we should split that.
Public transit is covering the cost of it. You've budgeted for the full cost.
Yeah.
But also, I believe it's reimbursed.
It is.
To the grant, yes.
So I think we could just leave it at, we could take that part of it out.
Okay.
So where would you want to be under, I don't know what that $40 was all you spent. So I'm asking if we can zero that out. You won't have at least.
Yeah.
The $40.
No, the paper type is shredding. We call them when we have one of those bins and they
Yeah.
bring the truck out. But
Right. But what is that like on an annual basis? Because that's what you have.
we probably empty it 3 times a year. Not really.
$40?
Hang on. I'll have to ask prices.
You're fine. I think that it was $40 what we spent total on.
Yeah,
paper
that
tire.
should, I think that that wasn't one where it was coded wrong.
No, not on this
Should all up in that.
you can code them however you want to, but no, this one wasn't. The Ductus Nexus is in there, but paper tire shredding is at $40 for the year.
That.
You share then.
Yes.
Well, that's probably why you probably only paid for it once and someone else paid for it a different time.
Yeah, that's probably.
I don't remember public transit having a paper tiger item.
You do remember that?
I do not.
I think that's actually what happened, because one time I believe they filled it up 80% of the way. And twice or three times a year, Tom was supposed to tell me $40.
Okay.
It's $40.
So can we make it 50?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna
Agreed.
take that to 50 instead of 350.
Nothing on public transit about.
Okay, my next question for you is no judgment at all in any way. I know from having been in that office occasionally and having moved several of those myself that there's quite a few grave markers down there. So my question for you is, do we actually need the 2,000, or is that a number that could go down even for a year? I don't want to see it go to zero by any means.
Yeah, that's a tough question, only because if you notice when we make expenditures several times a year, we always do it after Veterans Day and after Memorial. And, you know, it's up in the air. I just replaced what needs to be replaced, but we have a pretty good supply right now. But I don't know what we're gonna do. I would say we could cut it, but
By like 500?
how much?
By like 500? From 2,000 to 1,500? I'm not trying to.
Hell, I was going to say 1,000.
I think that's where I started. I'm just trying
Well,
to.
they're just,
I didn't want to have you have a stroke though.
she wrote, yeah, no, I don't want to. She wrote it down, so it's 32.50 for two of them.
So 16.25 each.
Yeah, but you can't even buy them one at a time.
You have to buy the two. Yep.
I would say, well, we just replenished is, can we do 350? Or does it have to be 500?
Okay, it doesn't have to be anything. So if they are indeed say 16.25 and we're doing it in pairs, that's 92 markers. If we were to do 1,500.
I probably told you.
I feel like that's pretty
You
cheap.
think that's right?
I think that's kind of cheap. The 32.50 for two of them. That feels like it's
You're
kind of.
just talking about the little medallion though that you put into the ground, right?
Yes.
Oh, it is. Well, I still think that's kind of cheap.
Because
Well,
they're
you
metal.
have to buy the stem for them to mount them on top of, and then I think that's good. So, yeah, two at a time, and we've been replacing a lot of Vietnam, World War II lately. It just depends on the mowing season and how much they run over them at the graveyard. It is what it is. She told me to replace it.
How about we keep it the same as last year, right?
That was
I did,
1880.
what did I spend?
1880.
1,800.
We're asking for $180. $120.
I would say 50, 18.
Okay, I think that's. Thank you. Thank you very much. No palpitations. We're good.
No,
All right. So then, that 2,000 to. Okay. Any questions for us on this one? No. All right. We'll go to Veterans Aid Fund, which is 140. I just have I have just like one question which I asked Randy too. Don't we always try to keep a certain amount in that account and like we increase what we put in there to make sure that we're at that amount, if it's 5,000 or 10,000 or whatever it is in the account.
Yes, the calendar does that.
Yes, so, but that's what
Yeah.
so,
Maybe I did this wrong because I didn't really understand the sheet, but what I was asking for is for 2,500 to be moved out of that into the veterans account. That's what I was asking. I wasn't asking to increase the 5,000 that was there, so did I do that wrong on the wrong?
no, I'm saying, so what's what's the balance of the account today?
$1,878.
Don't we try to keep that at like 5,000?
No, when I first started, it was like, 3,500 or something like that, and we only, we have a cap on the amount we give out to veterans, and at the time, I believe we were not asking for more money because we weren't really spending it.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So you're asking for us to put 2,500 more in this year?
Yes.
Okay, I'm okay with that if you're
Yeah,
comfortable with it.
I'm fine with it.
And then we can take that out, maybe a year and a half.
We'll make sure that you're comfortable with the total every year. That's all we need to do. Okay. Any other questions on that? Okay, then that is it. Thank you so much for working with us. We really appreciate you.
Well, thank you.
Okay, was that not bad?
This was a piece of cake this year, wasn't it?
Take another pill. We're having kittens. We're taking pills.
Oh, you need a Valium to get back to the office or what?
Kimberly with County Court was like, I just about had kittens, and I'm like, I've never heard that before. But hey,
Oh my gosh. Okay, well, thank you.
thank you.
Sorry, Megan.
Megan's fine. All right, we'll go to our next budget
Well,
meeting, which is
Last up in the chute, 89.
the very one. Emergency management.
She's gonna sit on the other side.
All right, it's page 89. All right, Megan, I know you and I and Scott, we worked on this budget together. And so just as a preface, I didn't take anything out of this, but I want to clarify why. And that is because she's coded a lot of things, a lot of annual contracts and dues out of the emergency management fund, which I appreciate. So, and there were things also that Megan was like, I don't need that, I don't need that, I don't need that. So I think we did a good job of going through everything and figuring out what works for you. With that being said, I don't have anything, but I want to defer to both of you.
I just had a question about siren repair. We didn't spend anything, didn't put anything in last year. And we did spend 3,000, or we budgeted 3,000 a year, 1,500 of it. And I guess I'm curious, most of the sirens that we have are municipality sirens, with the exception of, I think, the one at Ruby and the one out on the interstate. And is there one at Milford?
No, the only two we own are Ruby and the
Ruby
Interstate.
and 15 in the interstate. So are we anticipating the need for $1,500 worth of repair on those two sirens?
Because we cannot use grant funds for repairs. We can replace it. We can buy a new one, but we cannot repair with them.
All right. That was just a question. It wasn't anything more than that.
But the one in Ruby was brand new.
It's brand new.
2 years ago.
Yes.
correct?
Yeah.
And then didn't we upgrade and replace the one at the KOA also?
No, so we did not. That
We
KOA one is old.
We rebuilt it a little bit though.
Yes.
We did put some money into
It
it.
is the original one, but there was, remember, it got moved and everything else. And so then we had to, I wouldn't say upgrade it, we had to do some maintenance on it. And so far it's working. I mean, the tests are coming back okay. It's working how it's supposed to, but we don't know. So if that is a line that you guys want to cut, I mean, I think we
No.
put 1,500 knowing we had a repair.
I
before.
just wanted an explanation of what the 1,500 might entail because I didn't,
Yeah.
I thought we only owned like 2 sirens and we didn't spend anything last year. So I was just curious as to what the need was.
Reagan?
Is it?
We looked at the expenditure. Yeah. But
You're
are we-
finding this out. These are electric sirens. You have an electrical problem, you're gonna spend $1,500.
So on that siren repair, just so you guys know, the actual expenditures in 23-24 were 37.96. So we do seem to maybe we just had a good year. Okay. Okay. All right. So then back to Brandy's point, we're removing insurance. So you're going to remove the work comp and you're going to remove the insurance premium. And then also your telephone. I know that that's your cell phone, but in addition to that, I don't know that she will have one.
I have one, it's just a very little graphic, and it's beneficial to keep it, although it will never be used, just for like emergency happens.
You mean the phone that's down there?
The desk
Okay.
phone.
So the bill for that will come to you now. And so we'll need to raise that, so increase the 500 to reflect the amount that we pay per year for that Alice phone. You track what I'm saying? So Eric gets 25 bills right now, one for each department. That bill will now go to you.
Okay.
Okay? And Brandy will help you with what that amount is.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Is there any other items on that?
I thought maybe it was moved to the green.
Interesting. You do need fuel.
Yeah, I know we had talked about moving a lot of things.
I don't think we were moving that
We
today.
were moving that, yeah.
What is your thought on fuel?
Well, I think that my previous sheet was 3,000.
Okay. What are your thoughts?
Actual expenditures last year were
115.56. We're gonna have Gary going back and forth between York.
Right.
And we're not gonna be going back and forth between York this year. So in fact, I think that that could
Just cut it in half.
decrease.
From 3,000.
Or can we just leave it at like 2,000? Because
Like 1800.
I was thinking about 1,000. I mean, like you say, you're not making the York trip.
He was
So-
there multiple times a week.
Yeah.
okay, I mean,
Can we try 1800?
I don't care.
You guys know better than I do.
You're doing great.
okay.
Okay.
Well, it's essentially half. That would make sense of what was 24.
Yeah.
25.
That's kind of what I was trying to go with. So plus an increase. 1800. All right. And then under office equipment, that's printer ink, correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, we'll go to emergency manager grant fund, which is 163. And I will let you walk us through this because, oh, sorry. Nope, this is a different one. Emergency manager grant fund. We're not doing that first line, obviously, is not payable anymore. And then do subscriptions, registrations. You want to talk about all those that you're paying out of there? I know you filled out the sheet.
So due subscription, their Nebraska Association, the Mercy Bank, and that is $150. The Southeast Pet Region is going to ask that each county or region is 250.
Hey, Megan, I think that those were in the other budget. We're in the grant fund.
Yeah, I agree.
Because when I'm looking at yours, I'm seeing due subscriptions, registration, Everbridge, 55. I'm not seeing any of those ones. I'm thinking that those were, let's just verify that they are. I'm thinking that those ones are under 69,300, which is your,
Okay. Oh, you're right, my apologies.
that's okay. I just want to make sure that we are talking about Everbridge, Salamander, AED.
Yeah. So the Everbridge, we still don't know, because we haven't heard anything of how we will count if we work together. It's going to be a significant amount for your, if we drop it off of the Everbridge.
I'm assuming it'll be similar.
Yeah, but did we not talk about staying together? for
We did.
Everbridge?
Yep. We don't have to make a decision until September. And so Randy and they're just kind of talking about it. If they decide to join this other group, we can also potentially join that other group. or we can just stay together and literally nothing changes. In fact, they will bill us separately even.
Yeah, we're the parent of the sewer and York agreement, so they would, if York wants to leave, they have to set everything up, but it won't affect sewer.
So, okay, so that's Everbridge, Salamander.
Salamander's $700, and that's for all the parts and the printing. But I got an email saying that our printer is out of date.
How much is a new printer?
I don't know. I don't know.
That's okay. You have the fund. You're,
As long as I have plenty of supply, they won't be making the print.
that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think that's something we can look around. And another additional cost that came out was the remaining AD for the jail.
We paid that this year already, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. And so now all the ADs are Philips brand, they're interchangeable with the pad, and they're all about 8 years. So they're
Electricity for the sirens.
yeah, the electricity for the sirens, those are that's roughly $1,200 for the year. And then the miscellaneous, that is like
For the event that we had, right?
the event, and then gator repair, which I just had to get it service because it was service for a long time. That was $401.38. And then I also serviced the RAM pickup that we drive. And that was, it was a check engine light, the tailgate sensor that was recalled, but Gary had looked at it. So I had him look at that because it was stuck. That bill was $426.
How old is that truck, do you know?
It's a 2020.
And the mileage on it, I think, is still under 100,000. Okay.
It's not horrible.
So that's
Less than I
really good.
thought it would be. Okay. Any questions about this?
It's a lot of York trips.
There was a lot of York trips. He did have this. So. Okay. Any questions for us, Megan?
Maybe like the expo free service, training services that they will.
Sure.
I want to do like countywide.
We offer Oh, you mean countywide, not employees. Thank you. I'm sorry. Yes.
Irma does them, but that's the one training that Irma charges for.
Yes, I remember.
And Red Cross, they were from it's $37 for the kid. I do have a Southeast cert.
Yeah.
So my idea was to either be asked for involvement by a big corporation.
Sure.
Like
Sponsorships.
Sponsors, 200 people, I haven't done it yet, but that's what most people want is CPR training at one of the expo. They really want to do that. They want to learn evacuation routes. Before disaster. Just do stuff like that. But I'm going to try to get that as pretty possible.
Well, that's great community outreach.
Agree. Agree.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yes.
You made it through.
I did.
Your first budget hearing and you live.
It wasn't bad.
No.
It wasn't bad at all.
All right.
Yeah, just
Sure you
pop
can.
the button there if you would.
Okay, that completes our budget meeting for today. The last item on the agenda is a motion to adjourn.
I'll move we adjourn the Board of Commissioners budget hearing at meeting of July 27, 2020, or 2026 at PM. But today's the 28th. Today's the 28th. Sorry.
You get it back. Please call the roll.
Zabraki,
Yes.
Stein,
Yes. 3, 4, 1 absent, not voting for during the meeting.